A proposed solution to an ongoing issue on Baltimore City streets, but will it be enough to curb skyrocketing levels of crime? And Baltimore City schools in a hot seat this morning as a lawsuit is given the green light. Why a nationally known civil rights attorney joined the cause and the key factors going forward.
And we are off to a cool start this morning, but all these numbers are going way up over the weekend. I've got an updated look at where these temperatures are headed and when we could see a few showers this weekend in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. It is Friday, November 4th, and we want to get right over to the person who's bringing all the sun to us this morning in her bright yellow dress, meteorologist Amy Aronson, with our forecast this morning. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Taylor. Yeah, another beautiful day ahead of us. It only gets better. It only gets warmer as we get into the weekend. This morning, we're off to a cool start, though. Don't let my sleeveless dress fool you. I would still throw on a jacket as you step out the door. We've got upper 40s, low 50s to begin this morning. Now, we are starting off with a little bit of fog, but right now visibilities look okay across our region, but do watch out for that if you are taking a jog or a run this morning, maybe just a walk with the dog. We do have some fog. After that, it is a little cloudy this morning, cloudy and cool with temperatures stuck in the low 50s, but eventually we'll see some more sun today, and that's going to bring all these numbers up. I'll show you where these temperatures are trending for the rest of the day, and especially as we get into the weekend in 10 minutes. Taylor?
All right, let's do a first check of your traffic here. Thanks to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Your drive times are looking really smooth, 7 minutes, 5 minutes, and 9 minutes as you get out the road there. We begin this morning with a city in crisis. New insight this morning on how city leaders plan to deal with violence from criminals and Squeegee kids. It's part of their plan that they're giving the green light and giving them some money. Now, one plan will distribute payments up to $375 to keep potential criminals from committing crimes. The other, Mayor Brandon Scott's Squeegee Collaborative, is calling for guaranteed income for Squeegee kids. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will join us with the deep dive into those programs and what they could do for the city going forward. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a lawsuit against Baltimore City and Baltimore City Public Schools is moving forward. A judge ruled against the city in that lawsuit. It aims to bring accountability to a system facing some serious oversight problems. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about what this new development means.
This is being described as a landmark decision as this case moves forward. It was first filed by Giovanni and Shonda Patterson, taxpayers in Baltimore City, who allege the city is misusing tax dollars to provide a quality education for students. Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump says if this lawsuit is successful, it could create a roadmap for improvements in classrooms across the country. In a win for parents and taxpayers of Baltimore City,
I think this is a landmark decision.
A judge allowing a lawsuit against the city of Baltimore and city schools to move forward. City leader is trying to get the case filed by Giovanni and Shonda Patterson dismissed, but the judge denying their attempt. And now civil rights attorney and activist Ben Crump, who is involved in the case, says the lawsuit could impact education nationwide if successful.
We just want children, whether they're black, white, brown, or red, to be able to have a chance at the American dream. And so often that starts with a quality education. I think everybody's watching this lawsuit around America.
The suit utilizing findings from Project Baltimore, uncovering and shining a light on students who are coming out of city schools unprepared for their next step. Plummeting test scores, graduation rates slipping, and ghost students, inflated enrollment numbers, and a state inspector general for education investigation showing at least 12,000 failing grades in Baltimore City schools changed to passing. With education and violence inextricably linked, Crump says that gun violence isn't the only crisis facing Charm City.
I think everyone will admit there's a crisis in education.
Unlike previous unsuccessful lawsuits around the country arguing children have the constitutional right to a quality education, this suit alleges the city is misusing billions of tax dollars.
This lawsuit is a taxpayer standing lawsuit. We know that. But is there also an element of civil rights issues at play?
We often talk about the civil rights aspects of a lot of young people, especially young people of color, not having a quality education in American society today. In many ways, it makes us regress from whatever progress we made.
With the lawsuit moving forward, attorney Scott Martyr says the veil of secrecy will be lifted on City Hall and City School headquarters.
That means that we are going to start taking depositions, not just 1 or 2 depositions, potentially, yes, even the CEO. Anyone who has information that's relevant to the lawsuit is going to have to sit down, raise their right hand, and swear to tell the truth and answer questions.
Crum says Mayor Brandon Scott and City School CEO Sonia Santalisas, as well as others, could come to the table and find a solution. But so far, that is yet to happen.
We must remember all public servants are just that, servants to the public, and that they must adhere to the will of the people. And I think that verdict, if we have to go that far, will speak to the will of the people.
The problems have been highlighted for several years in Baltimore City, and the leaders really haven't paid attention. Why do you think they will now?
Well, I think a court order is a pretty persuasive tool to make people listen.
A trial date has not yet been scheduled.
In a statement, City Schools says that it remains committed to providing a quality education for students, but it also says that it will let this legal matter play out in court. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
President Biden hitting the campaign trail ahead of midterm elections. What he's saying about inflation. Plus, a sunny and warmer day ahead, but will that last long? Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know if it continues into the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.39 on this Friday morning. We are looking at another very pretty November day ahead of us. That comes with lots of sunshine, plus some warmer temperatures. The 70s are back. Our high temperatures are running about 10 degrees above where they should be. We should be in the low 60s. Instead, we end up in the low 70s today. And that's just the beginning of a big warm-up coming our way this weekend. I'll let you know exactly how warm it's going to get and how long this milder stretch will last in 10 minutes. Taylor?
All right, making headlines this morning, President Joe Biden is on a 3-day campaign swing through California, New Mexico, and Illinois. Last night in Albuquerque, he punched back at Republican claims that his policies, rather than the global pandemic, spurred inflation. He says job gains, household savings, and unemployment rates are all in good shape. Biden says Russia's invasion of Ukraine is behind the rising cost of gas, along with corporate greed during this time of war.
These companies are taking advantage of average profits they're making. If they did it, the average profits they've made for the last 20 years, guess what? Your gasoline prices would be down 50 cents a gallon.
Now, Biden's traveling to competitive races to try to preserve seats in solidly blue states he easily won back in 2020. Analysts say the schedule reflects his limited political clout amid low approval ratings and polls that suggest Democrats are likely to lose control of the House and possibly the Senate.
New study on younger children and the COVID-19 vaccines. What you need to consider if you're considering a booster shot. It is just ahead.
Plus, questions this morning as the city details a plan aimed at curbing crime. Why some say it is not the right move. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeff Coat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Days away from the midterms, out of control inflation on Americans' minds. Wasteful government spending, though, rolls on. It is our waste of the week, and it is this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can check out the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. Look at that gorgeous shot there. We're all local all morning. On the path forward, a new real-world study on the COVID-19 vaccine in younger children makes a strong case for getting kids the bivalent booster. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why.
Hey there, everybody. There may be yet another reason to consider getting children ages 5 to 11 that COVID-19 booster. New study shows the previous shots that they were given had a pretty quick drop in protection.
I think it'll help protect my immediate family as well as my elderly parents and my in-laws.
That's not the best news for moms such as Megan Mattingly. She had her daughter Annabelle vaccinated in hopes of protecting family members around her. Children ages 5 to 11 were given lower doses of the Pfizer vaccine in the first round of vaccinations compared to teens and adults. But in this real-world study, at least when it comes to the Omicron strain of COVID-19, that dose didn't seem to last as long as the higher dose used in teens. A report in the New England Journal of Medicine shows in children ages 5 to 11, vaccine effectiveness against Omicron fell within weeks to about half its protective level, from nearly 50% to barely 25%. At 3 months, it was so low it didn't count as protection. That means to prevent just one case of Omicron infection, you'd have to vaccinate 333 children in this age group. Dr. Grant Paulson of Ohio Cincinnati Children's Hospital, who supplied this video, says Pfizer is now looking at different doses for the initial vaccination of younger children. But until we have more information, the new booster for this age group does have Omicron protection. That means it may be our best shot for now at getting a younger child's protection back up, especially since
kids are at relatively low risk for major complications from COVID. That doesn't mean they're at no risk for COVID complications, and we see children in the hospital in all age groups that have complications.
The shots are free right now, but a reminder that could change at the end of the year, so now's a really good time to get them. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
A group of New York public sector employees are asking the Supreme Court to block the city's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. New Yorkers for Religious Liberty say the rule denies most exceptions based on religious liberty concerns. Firefighters, teachers, and police officers are among those challenging this mandate. The emergency application was filed with Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who supervises the lower courts that have ruled in this case. All right, let's get it right on over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look at our weather today, and apparently it's been a little bit chilly this morning, but we could see some warmer temperatures. Amy.
Yeah, a little cool this morning, but look at what's coming. We are entering record territory this weekend. We're forecasting a high of 75 on Saturday. Current record not that far from that at 83 from 1961. By Sunday, we bump it up to 76 degrees. Current record is 80 degrees from 2015. And then on Monday, I think that record is going down. Current record stands at 77 degrees from 2020. We're forecasting a high closer to 78. Now, we're a far cry from that this morning. It is cool out there, dark and early this morning, looking down at Towson. We're beginning the day in the upper 40s, low 50s. Now, we do have some clouds that have moved overhead, and that is helping keep our temperatures up just a little bit, so not quite as cool as it has been in recent mornings. I want to start off by pointing out where our next weather maker is. It's this cold front that's stretched out here, cutting across the Midwest, all the way back through the central part of the country. Coming in behind it, you'll notice some blue stuff. Yeah, that's some snow showers that have developed there. That won't be the case for us, but this front will eventually bring us some big temperature changes by next week. In advance of that, we are going to warm up significantly. All is quiet right now, not only locally, but across the Mid-Atlantic and across the Northeast. Not much happening. And Future Scan confirms that for us today, showing plenty of sunshine again, with highs ending up in the very nice, very mild low 70s. Overnight, we'll see the clouds fill in, and that's actually going to keep us milder tomorrow morning. We'll start the day off in the upper 50s to near 60. Now, I think we are tracking more clouds than sun on Saturday, but that's not going to stop our numbers from warming. We still end up in the very warm mid-70s. And then on Sunday, even warmer. Low 60s to start, despite the extra cloud cover. And then we've got the mid and upper 70s to wrap up the day. And here's that brief shower chance. This is what that front looks like by the time it reaches us. Doesn't really look like much. Barely a rain chance as we head throughout the weekend. And that's good news if you've got to get some raking done. Now, we do have a couple of issues that I want to point out. Today, you're in good shape. I'd go for it today. Knock it out before you get into the weekend. Tomorrow, it's going to be breezy. We could see winds gusting up to 20 miles an hour. So despite that warm high of 75, the winds might make it a little tough. And then we do have that brief shower chance on Sunday, but I don't think it's enough to wetten leaves. And then temperatures will still end up in the very warm mid-70s. And a quick look ahead shows not only do we have that stray shower chance over the weekend, don't forget we fall back. That means you want to set your clocks back 1 hour before going to bed on Saturday night. Gives us that bonus hour of sleep, but also means sunset is extra early on Sunday, happening just before 5 o'clock. After that, temperatures really warm on Monday. That's the end of this nice mild stretch. We get close to that 80 degree mark, and then temperatures come crashing down for Election Day on Tuesday. It will be dry, breezy, and cooler with highs settling back into the low 60s. And then the 60s are here to stay as we head through the end of next week. Taylor?
Alrighty, all sounds good. Looking forward to those high temperatures. But let's check your drive times here, your live cameras rather. Thanks to the Lenstiller Traffic Network, everything seems to be moving very smoothly this time of the morning. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning newscast. Let's go ahead and check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Well, good morning, Taylor. Doing pretty good. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, 10 train 401 operating with a minor delay. Train 401 presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Light Rail Link showing no delays or issues on time service on Light Rail Link, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Already happening this morning. Keep watching for your cue to call in. You could win tickets to see Tina Turner, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. The show is happening November 15th at 8 o'clock. Caller number 1 will get their chance to win. That's coming up. For your cue to call in, just stick with us here.
Early deals, credit cards, and potential shortages. I'm Atrell Nashar with how inflation will affect this holiday season.
Plus, a closer look at the fight for equity in Baltimore City schools, a deeper look at the lawsuit against the school system, and the next steps. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Despite the pinch of inflation this holiday season, consumers are expected to spend more than $942 billion. National correspondent Arthur Allen Shar has a closer look at what this season will look like for shoppers.
The headwinds of inflation aren't keeping American consumers from making their holiday shopping lists. The National Retail Federation predicts sales will grow between 6 and 8% from last year. See you again soon. But rising prices and supply chain issues are changing the retail landscape. Each year, holiday merchandise seems to arrive in stores earlier and earlier. This year, you can partly blame that on inflation. Walmart, Target, among those that started holiday promotions in early October. While data show inflation has consumers eager to snag early deals, the CEO of Overstock explains another reason for the flood of early discounts.
There's been excess inventory in the market. Everyone is being aggressive.
But some shoppers are still paying off what they bought last year. About 42 million Americans who used credit cards to buy gifts last year still haven't paid off their balance, according to NerdWallet. They say this happens every year, but it's especially risky now.
We're also in an environment right now with rising interest rates, so that credit card debt is just getting more expensive.
NerdWallet finds about 3/4 of holiday shoppers plan to use credit cards to buy gifts this year, on average charging $663.
With higher prices, it means that it's a lot harder for people to rely only on their savings. And so the next place to turn is credit cards.
There are fewer options, though, for avoiding rising costs of other holiday staples like turkeys and Christmas trees, as farmers are up against an avian flu, high operating costs, and an overall imbalance of supply and demand.
This Christmas tree farmer in North Carolina says when he starts selling later this month, he expects his trees to sell out in 10 days.
We're having to kind of ration and prorate our inventory.
Farmers, shoppers, retailers, all planning ahead to make the holidays feel normal during an economic moment that's anything but. In Washington, I'm Audrey Nashar reporting.
Right. According to energy experts, the U.S. is down to less than a month of diesel supply on standby. The number of those factors are to blame are including high demand, refinery issues, and Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. The White House is working to increase supply of both diesel and unleaded fuel in any way it can, releasing millions of barrels from the strategic oil reserve.
This president has been focused on what he can do and the tools he can use to try to bring down the cost of gas at the pump. And we've made very significant progress. Since the beginning of the summer, where the average price of the pump was over $5, we're now down more than $1.25.
Now, unlike regular gas, most Americans won't feel the impact of the diesel shortage at the pump, but it will hurt them at the grocery store. And diesel is the main fuel powering food transportation. New details this morning in the case of Gabby Petito, the Florida woman killed by her fiancé. Gabby's family now filing a $50 million wrongful death lawsuit against the Moab City Police Department. Her parents say she would still be alive today if officers with the department followed the law. Weeks before, Gabby was killed by her fiancé, Brian Landry. Moab officers investigated a domestic disturbance involving the couple when they were on the road last summer. Family members allege officers wrongfully determined Landry as the victim and sought loopholes in the law to let him free.
No one here, the four of us, don't want to be here. We'd give it up in a second if she was back.
She could have been protected that day. There are laws put in place to protect victims, and those laws were not followed. And we don't want this to happen to anybody else.
The city of Moab released a statement writing, "No one could have predicted the tragedy based on that one encounter," and they'll defend against the lawsuit. Immigration officials say the man accused of attacking Paul Pelosi is in the U.S. illegally. According to federal records, David DePape is Canadian and illegally came to the U.S. through Mexico in March. He's facing multiple state and federal charges like attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon. Police say DePape broke into the Pelosi house Friday morning and hit Paul with a hammer, fracturing his skull and hurting his arms and hand. DePape pleaded not guilty. Pelosi was released from the hospital yesterday.
Mayor Scott has a new plan to tackle the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll bring you the details of the plan that's already facing some criticism.
Hopefully, with this lawsuit, we can get it right. And that way, it can help make not just Baltimore better, but it can help make cities across America better.
The lawsuit against city schools is moving forward. Coming up, we're going to hear more from prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about this landmark decision.
And we're starting off with just a little bit of fog this morning, but the rest of the weekend looks fantastic and really warm. I'll explain exactly when this fog dissipates and what to expect for the weekend in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Just about 5 o'clock on this Friday, November 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and it's looking good. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our weekend forecast. Lots of sun.
Yeah, we are bringing the sunny vibes this morning. We've got a fantastic weekend ahead of us, especially considering that this is the first full weekend of November. Not going to feel like it. Going to feel like late September instead. This morning, though, we do have a little bit of fog. If you take a look at our current visibility map, you'll notice most of it right now is actually well south and east of Baltimore, across the bay along the eastern shore, east and down to 1 mile visibility there. Most locations locally not reporting any issues. That's why you're not seeing any visibility readings. Temperature-wise, we're in pretty good shape. It is cool out there, but we are starting off with some low clouds, and that's keeping our temperatures up a few degrees from yesterday. Upper 40s, low 50s to begin. As you head out to the bus stop with the kids, maybe throw a light jacket on them, but by the afternoon, they are not going to need it. We end up in the low 70s today with all that sunshine. And this is just the beginning of that warming trend. I'll show you exactly how warm it's going to get and how long this stretch lasts in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking at some of the area cameras around here, not looking bad at all. 5:01 on a Friday. You've got a great commute if you want to get out early.
In a city in crisis, we are getting some new insight into how the city plans to deal with criminals and squeegee kids. Part of the plan is to give them money.
Now, one plan calls for payments of up to $375 to keep potential criminals from feeding the city's crime crisis, while the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan is calling for guaranteed income for those squeegee kids. Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what we know about this new Squeegee Collaborative recommendations. Olivia.
Well, good morning, and we've learned some details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement. The plan is expected to be rolled out next week, but shortly after the plan was released, it's already facing some criticism.
You know, honestly, it feels half-baked, and it doesn't seem sustainable.
A spokeswoman for Mayor Scott confirms key elements of the plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. However, some residents tell us squeegee kids have assaulted drivers, vandalized cars, and stolen thousands of dollars via Cash App scams. Through Vignaraja, former federal prosecutor and former Baltimore mayoral candidate, believes the plan misses the mark.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Now, city leaders and police have taken a mostly hands-off approach and have avoided making arrests or issuing citations. But coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at another bad encounter with squeegee kids that happened just days ago. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. And we want to remind you there are laws in place the city could use to get the squeegee kids off the corners. In fact, one law states stepping into a roadway to ask for money from a driver is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers or using obscene language and intimidation. Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce those laws, claiming squeegee kids are just panhandling, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Fox 45 News spoke with likely next city state's attorney Ivan Bates, who says he disagrees with the mayor on those laws. We reached out to him last night about the recommendations from the Squeegee Collaborative, but we haven't yet heard back. Last month, he told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost that he was waiting to see the results of the Squeegee Collaborative before he decides how to move forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
Not only does the city plan on paying squeegee kids, they would also pay potential criminals to not commit crimes.
Yeah, at City Hall Wednesday, directors of city's group violence reduction strategy detailed the plan, which is aimed at steering potential criminals away from violence by paying them off. If participants stay crime-free, the city provides educational opportunities like housing and stipends, paying them for maybe completing a resume, going on a job interview, with the average pay forecast to be about $375 a month.
$375 per month or greater is a baseline around what the expected minimum stipend amount should be in order to incentivize folks and to provide them with opportunities to advance in their lives.
We have to do something more than just pay lip service and just give somebody $200 or $25 not to commit a crime. That's pathetic. We ought to think more of our people than that.
This strategy is now being deployed in Baltimore's Western District, where directors say homicides and non-fatal shootings have decreased. So far, the city has paid out $64,000 in stipends for potential criminals. The size of paychecks for Squeegee kids is still unknown.
Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to City Council regarding this plan, asking, do you support this plan? Why would we pay people who are breaking the law? And if a Squeegee kid commits an act of violence, will they have to give that money back? Well, we are still waiting on their response.
That brings us to our question of the day. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? So far, as we take a good look at the screen here, 93% of those who have responded say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
If you don't get a quality education, oftentimes you find yourself a victim of the school to prison pipeline.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, specifically in Baltimore City Public Schools.
A lawsuit against Baltimore City and Baltimore City Public Schools is moving forward after a judge ruled against the city. The lawsuit aims to bring accountability to a system facing serious oversight problems. Fox 45 News was able to sit down with the prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about what this new development means going forward. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from the Baltimore City Public School District building on North Avenue with some of those details. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a major move, Megan, that Ben Crump is calling a landmark decision. It's not only going to help shine some light on what's happening in our city, but also what's going on right behind these walls here at City School headquarters. With the case moving forward, the city will be forced to hand over information, and according to attorney Scott Martyr, the veil of secrecy will be lifted.
That means that we're going to start taking depositions. Not just one or two depositions. Anyone who has information that's relevant to the lawsuit is going to have to sit down, raise their right hand, and swear to tell the truth and answer questions.
But let's rewind a little bit. You'll remember this case was filed by Baltimore City couple Giovanni and Shonda Patterson, and they're claiming that the city and school system are misusing taxpayer money and not giving students a quality education. The suit uses findings from Project Baltimore, which has uncovered really just that: plummeting test scores, ghost students, and thousands of grades changed from failing to passing, and that's just naming a few examples. Well, the city and Baltimore Public Schools tried to get this lawsuit dismissed, but a judge is now allowing it to move forward. And nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump says now the nation and other education systems are watching.
We just want children, whether they're black, white, brown or red, to be able to have a chance at the American dream. And so often that starts with a quality education. We must remember all public servants are just that, servants to the public, and that they must adhere to the will of the people. And I think that verdict, if we have to go that far, will speak to the will of the people.
Now, speaking of that, a trial date has not yet been set, but we did hear from city schools on this. In a statement, they say that they remain committed to providing a quality education for students, but then they go on to say that they will let legal matters play out in court. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think about this. Are taxpayers getting their money's worth from Baltimore City Public Schools? So far, 97% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A possible solution to bringing down crime in Baltimore County. Just ahead, how the county is teaming up with the city and if this could work.
And we're off to a quiet start this morning. Little bit of fog, although you can't see it in this shot. I'll show you exactly where that fog has developed and what it means for your Friday morning drive in a couple of minutes. It's 5:08. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 on this Friday morning. We are looking at a very warm weekend ahead of us, actually starting today. Temperatures are running about 10 degrees above where they should be. Puts us in the low 70s today, mid 70s over the weekend. That's 10 to 15 degrees above average. By Monday, we're getting close to that 80-degree mark, and that means about 16 degrees above where we should be. But a cool down is coming on Tuesday. That brings us back into the low 60s. I'll explain the reason behind that big cool down in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. All right, the next Powerball drawing happening tomorrow night. No one drew the winning ticket. Obviously, everyone knows this as the jackpot is now growing even bigger, estimated about $1.5 billion for tomorrow night's drawing.
Crazy. The one-time cash payout, in case you're wondering, for a winning ticket at this point comes to $745.9 million. There have been 39 consecutive Powerball drawings with no one winner since August. That's how it got to this point, since August.
Since August, I was looking back and I'm like, I contributed about $18
really?
So far. Probably going to add another.
I'm at 20. We've done 2 $10 tickets.
All right. Well, yeah, we're all going to pay that, lottery tax here over this weekend. Well, there could be some good news when it comes to the economy besides just the one person that wins the $1 billion. Next, from the Live Center, the numbers that are catching our eyes this morning.
And FOX45 is taking you beyond the podium to meet the candidates vying for your vote. Still ahead this morning, Mackenzie Frost sitting down with candidate for Maryland Comptroller Barry Glassman. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. $5:15, finally, some good economic news. Hopefully, the U.S. jobs report comes out this morning.
And Taylor Stewart is in our Live Center this morning. As economists predict, it will show some growth. Right, Taylor?
That's right. Today's job report caps off a rough week for finances, but the Federal Reserve voted to raise interest rates by 3/4 of a point yesterday. But we're hoping for some good news here. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says more hikes will be needed to reach the target of 2% inflation. But go ahead. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Incoming data since our last meeting suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates will be higher than previously expected.
High rates are affecting credit cards. The National Retail Federation predicts sales will be up 6 to 8% over last year for holiday shopping. Some economic analysts hope a season of financial pain will result in a happier new year. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Meg, Tom, back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. 5:16, time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson and Megan Gillen both bringing the sun at 5:16 in the morning. Come on, it's going to be another great day, right, Amy?
Yeah, who needs to wait until sunrise at 7:30? We are brightening things up now. And it is a little foggy outside, actually, so we are awaiting that sunrise very patiently this morning. Most of the fog is confined to areas south and east of Baltimore along the eastern shore this morning, but be prepared for some reduced visibilities there. In Baltimore, we're starting off clear and cool this morning, upper 40s to begin, but I am tracking a big warm up just in time for the weekend. Low 70s today, near record high temperatures over the weekend with the potential for just a couple of showers showing up by the end of the weekend on Sunday. And this is our rain chance that's coming our direction, but unfortunately it's going to cause major severe weather across the central part of the country. See that area highlighted in orange there? That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. It's a 3 out of 5 on that threat level scale you see at the top of the screen. So a major concern for very dangerous storms to develop there as we head throughout the day today. And this is all part of that same weather maker that's going to head our direction. It's this cold front that's stretched out now from the Great Lakes all the way back through northern parts of Texas. Behind that, we've got some really cold air, cold enough for some snow showers, bring some big temperature changes to parts of the plains, and eventually it's going to bring us a temperature change after the weekend. Now, fortunately for us, it's not going to send us any winter weather, and it's not going to send us any severe weather. It will be weakening significantly before it reaches us. And Future Scan shows that. First, it shows this line of really potent storms developing across the central part of the country later today, right around 5 o'clock. But as it heads our way, it falls apart. So it doesn't reach us until Sunday, and by that point, it just reaches us as some clouds along with a couple of showers pushing through here as we get through the afternoon on Sunday. Today's completely dry, nice and warm. Low 70s today, temperatures running 10 degrees above average. Pretty comfy tonight. If you want to sit by a fire pit, maybe make some s'mores with the family, we'll spend this evening in the low 60s. And then for the weekend, it's going to be nice and warm, mid to upper 70s both days. If you see any of the pretty peak fall foliage across our area, of course, send our pictures to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Also happening this weekend, the time change. Don't forget to turn your clocks back 1 hour Saturday night. It also pushes our sunrise and sunset times up an hour. So sunrise is at 6:39 Sunday morning, sunset just before 5 o'clock. And I did throw that time change, that little clock reminder on the 7-day forecast too, between Saturday and Sunday night. Turn your clocks back before going to bed Saturday night. I did also put that stray shower chance in there on Sunday, but after that it's warm through Monday, and then temperatures come crashing down just in time for Election Day. Now let's head to Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got train 841 on the Candle Line operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute. Start out there on Light Rail Link, looking good. No delays. Metro Subway Link, however, dealing with about a 5 to 10 minute delay. And you'll find the Upton station closed still due to flooding. Shuttle buses are in place to and from Upton station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Police in Howard County busting a major car jack. They say they're curbing the skyrocketing levels.
We're learning of another bad encounter with Squeegee kids as the city releases a new plan to tackle the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have details on that latest incident and the new plan. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:23 on this Friday morning, and early voting has come to an end. And we are just days away from Election Day. Fox 45 News continues to take you beyond the podium.
Outgoing Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is sitting down with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost to discuss his campaign for Maryland Comptroller.
County Executive Barry Glassman, thanks so much for doing this and talking about your campaign. First, why did you want to run for Comptroller?
We've been so successful in Harford County with our budgeting, taking the county from a $4 million surplus to, when we close the books right now, it's about $35 million as Comptroller, which is really set up to be a nonpartisan CFO bookkeeper for the state. They see me as a good fit for that also. I'm going to speak up for the taxpayer and make sure their dollars are spent wisely.
Now, the state has a pretty large surplus right now heading into the next fiscal year. How, in your mind, what's the most appropriate use of that money?
If we're not in a recession, we will be in a recession in the next quarter. So I think it's wise to set aside some of the funds for the rainy day fund and to save it. A portion of that revenue should be returned to the taxpayers.
I want to talk about education funding because Kerwin obviously is going to be taking place. Is there a role from your office to ensure that there is oversight and accountability with that money, millions and millions of dollars that are going out to these systems?
That estimate of the fiscal impact has to be reevaluated, number one. And I think the comptroller should have a role in really, when we get in there, to get a good ballpark figure on what the actual cost is going to be.
Do you think that there are any aspects of the Board of Public Works that needs reform, needs change in terms of how the contracts are debated, the details that are provided to the public, and how those meetings are run?
Yeah, I think transparency. There have been steps towards transparency. The board also has an opportunity to write different regulations. There have been some discussions over, particularly after the pandemic, about how much leeway we should give for emergency procurement, how much leeway departments should have to purchase and buy services without going to the Board of Public Works. And also I would go back to the digital. I do think getting those contracts out to everyone.
The emergency procurement, that process, I remember, did raise a lot of questions. What's your view on how, I guess, liberally that process was used?
Well, I think it was used appropriately.
Okay.
Listen, we had no playbook for the pandemic.
Early voting is underway. Election day is coming up really quick. What's your closing argument to taxpayers and to voters as they make their decision in the ballot box?
You go down that ballot, you really need to make, whether you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican, you need to make that rational decision. You know, do I want one moderate check and balance in Annapolis, or do I want one party control? My race is really boiled down to that.
County Executive Barry Glassman, thanks so much for joining us.
Sure, good to be here.
Now, Mackenzie Frost will also be speaking with Brooke Learman, the Democrat running for comptroller. You can catch that upcoming interview before Election Day.
Fighting youth violence in Baltimore County. Just ahead, the announcement happening today about plans for a new pilot program.
Massive cuts coming to Twitter. The shakeup that could be happening later today. We have the update here in the Live Center just ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following two big stories for you this half hour.
Does it pay to be a criminal in Baltimore? Olivia Dance taking a look at this new Squeegee collaborative plan and how it's using your tax dollars to pay off the Squeegee kids.
Plus, Baltimore County Police arresting more and more teens and young adults. And now county leaders are working to reverse the trend. We have Shannon Lilly previewing an event today that could help get the levels under control heading into the new year. Good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, November 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like it's going to be another gorgeous weekend and a warm week. 70s. Come on.
Crazy. In November.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with those details.
Yeah, it is kind of unusual. We are approaching record highs, not just one day, but Saturday, Sunday into Monday. But first this morning, we do have one issue. We've got some fog that's developed. Now, it is location dependent. It's basically centered south and east of Baltimore, across the bay to the eastern shore. I did pin some visibilities there, and you'll notice we're down to a quarter mile around Easton, so for the area highlighted in white. So I would turn your lights on if you're commuting that direction this morning. Plan on some dense fog there through at least 9 a.m. By 10 a.m., it should transition to some haze, and then after that, by 10, 11 a.m., we should see bright sunshine everywhere. So just keep that in mind for your morning drive this morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the day, and especially as we get into the weekend in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. Can you see some of the area cameras around Baltimore? Everyone's moving along just fine. No major issues at all to report or any major delays around the Baltimore region.
5:31 in a city in crisis. We continue our coverage this morning of an ongoing issue on Baltimore City streets, and that's Squeegee kids.
Yeah, now the mayor is fronting a collaborative that he claims will help get these kids off the streets by paying them.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the details about this program. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Megan. And the plan is expected to be rolled out next week, but details of the plan are already facing some criticism. Now we'll take a closer look at that plan in just a minute, but it comes as just days after another alarming encounter with Squeegee kids. Take a listen.
It was really scary, terrifying, and the unknowns. You know, there was just a lot of unknowns. It was just a horrible situation.
That was Lauren Tompkins, who was inside her home on Washington Boulevard when on Tuesday she says she saw 3 Squeegee kids running from police, jump a wall, ran through a backyard and into her basement.
Policeman comes to my window, this gun pointed, and then I'm just go like this. And if you're going to get shot through the floor when the guns are in your basement, 3 of them at least I saw, and then who knows what the kids had.
Police say they spotted the suspects at the intersection of MLK and Washington Boulevards. Another case of Squeegee kids taking a driver's phone and sending themselves a large amount of money via Cash App. Now taking a closer look at details of the Squeegee Collaborative Plan, which includes Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both Squeegee kids and drivers. Now, supporters of the Squeegee kids say that they need help, not punishment, but others say their unwanted services are just leading to conflicts. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Olivia. 5:33 now, and new details this morning. Baltimore City Council fast-tracking a bill allowing council members to be eligible for a pension after 8 years of service rather than 12. The bill contingent upon the passage of Question K, a ballot measure that would establish a 2-term limit for several city leaders, including council members. 5 council members voted in favor of sending the bill to the full council. 2 voted against it.
Then it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms, you get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
So let me be clear. I understand the need for city employees and elected officials to have a robust pension system that does not harm the city's overall finances. However, this legislation felt rushed, and we want to make sure that we come up with the best system for the city of Baltimore.
Well, City Comptroller Bill Henry putting out a statement on the bill saying, quote, "I don't understand why the City Council is rushing to pass this bill." The statement then goes on to say it could be tweaked to accomplish the same goals in a far more fiscally responsible manner. You can find more on this story, including the Comptroller's full statement, on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, counties under pressure now. We're seeing an increase in youth violence across Baltimore County. This past May, authorities arresting 3 teens for a carjacking right at the Towson Town Center garage. Then a few months later, a massive teen brawl also breaking out at that same shopping center. Just last week, Baltimore County Police arrested a teen in the deadly shooting of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter in Milford Mill right after a football game. This morning, Baltimore County leaders joining forces with Baltimore City organization to help fight the growing youth violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the changes that could go into place. Shannon.
Yeah, we have continued to see young people impacted by violence, Megan, all across the region, as you guys just laid out. But today, county leaders are announcing the start of a new pilot program, and they hope it's going to combat that. So let's take a look at some of the details for this program right here on your screen. It's called ROCA Baltimore, and right now it's just in the city. But today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will join local partners and leaders at ROCA Baltimore to announce a new partnership that's going to expand the organization's youth violence intervention efforts right into the county. ROCA is internationally recognized, and it targets high-risk people between the ages of 16 and 24. It's going to provide them with resources to address trauma and help teach them important life skills. Now, we're expecting this announcement right at 10 this morning, and of course, we will have full coverage on air and online. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. We do have a warning this morning from 2 schools in Lansdowne after 2 female students reported indecent exposure and assault by strangers on their way to school this week. According to a letter from Lansdowne Middle School's principal, a female student reported being followed by a car on her way to school Tuesday morning before the driver of the black vehicle with dark tinted windows exposed himself to her. The following day, the principal of Lansdowne High School sending out a warning after a female student reported being assaulted on a footbridge on her way to school on Wednesday. No details were given about what kind of assault, and there is no additional suspect information. Meanwhile, police and principals at both schools are encouraging parents to talk about safety and vigilance for students on their way to and from school.
Now in Howard County, concerns this morning for minors who are being arrested for crimes, specifically carjackings. During the last 6 months, at least 16 cars have been stolen. And according to police, 4 teenagers have now been charged with those crimes. Now, detectives say the teens were not part of a larger auto theft ring, but it is a major break in the case for auto thefts all around the county. Data showing carjackings between 2021 and 2022 surged from 41 to 75. And according to the teens, investigators, well, they were responsible for more than 20% of auto thefts this year. Some Twitter employees could be waking up with termination letters.
Taylor Stewart joining us from the Live Center with the shakeups at the company. Taylor, what's going on?
Look, guys, this is breaking from the New York Times. It says that Elon Musk will begin laying off Twitter employees on Friday, today. And they've got about 750,000 people, but we could see that cut in half. Now, Elon Musk said that he would do this when he first made this purchase during his $44 billion purchase that he announced last week. He said that he would lay off half of the platform staff. Now, amid this takeover, global companies like General Mills, Volkswagen, Audi, and Pfizer all pausing advertising on this platform while they wait to see how Musk will operate and moderate the content. We're going to watch this closely today and let you know what happens later throughout the morning. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan, Tom, back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. What's love got to do with it? Coming up after the break, we're going to let you know how you can win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, live.
Plus, sunny day ahead, warmer also ahead for us here. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know just how warm and sunny and perfect your weekend will be shaping up to look like. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:41 on this Friday morning. This just said we're now looking at a dense fog advisory for areas south of Baltimore. So this includes Anne Arundel County across the bay to the eastern shore. That will take us through 10 a.m. this morning due to visibilities down to a quarter mile or less there. And because of that, I'm giving your morning commute now the yellow light. So be prepared for some patchy fog this morning. Make sure you turn your lights on and leave some extra time. Otherwise, dress for the low to mid 50s this morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly when this fog's going to dissipate and what it means for the rest of the day. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Happening this morning. Keep watching for your cue to call in. You could win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, right at the Hippodrome.
The show is happening on November 15th at 8 p.m. Caller number 1 is going to win, but you got to stay tuned for your chance to call and win. That's still coming up.
Well, Squeegee kids may be getting paid to not commit crimes. Just ahead this morning, we'll speak with a member of the Maryland Public Policy Institute to see what this could mean for your tax dollars and if it's the right move.
Plus, Baltimore City Schools in the hot seat this morning as a lawsuit is given the green light. How this lawsuit could finally lead to answers within not only Baltimore schools, but schools nationwide. It's 5:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 on camera. Traffic comes to a little bit of a standstill. Look at this. In Colorado, as a herd of elk slowly make their way across a roadway right there. This is pretty common. A viewer traveling along Highway 74 near Elk Meadow Park, go figure, filmed the moment as drivers had no choice but to wait there. Once all the elk made it safely across, drivers hit the gas and went on their way.
If it was a herd of ducks too, or a gaggle of geese, they would do the same thing. You'd be slowing down. Well, also trending this morning, speaking of animals, 2 new members of the Maryland Zoo family.
Check it out. These babies, 2 Sitatuga calves, wait for it, born just a few weeks ago, just hopping around. This is new video of the little ones exploring their habitat, and I think they like it. Looks like they're having fun. The calves are native to Central Africa. They are known for their specialized hooves, which actually allow them to easily walk across floating vegetation in wet terrain. I didn't know that.
I didn't either. All right, Tungas. Yeah, we're looking ahead this morning, though, to Christmas, and that's because I know you're excited about this. Bright seasonal lights returning to the Maryland Zoo right here in Baltimore.
Zoo lights starting November 18th, and it's going to go all the way through January 1st. And this year's festivities include light-up displays shaped like zoo animals, special events like the Burr Fest, which includes unlimited beer and wine tastings, food truck rallies, ice sculptures. We've got Santa Saturdays. We've got Hanukkah readings.
Oh, yeah. All information, including times, prices, and scheduling, can be found right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But the best part about this is this weekend, I mean, it's like bathing suit weather, right? You used to have your pool open?
Finally closed it. Thank goodness, because the leaves are pretty intense.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I mean,
true.
the temperatures, seriously, are going to be like almost beach weather.
Yeah, if you have your pool open, you almost could use it this weekend, although I'm sure the water is pretty cool. And also, last Friday, I was at Zoo Boo, so I can't believe we're already talking about Christmas time at the zoo. But I will say they had some of the lights up already, and they told me they start prepping now for that.
I believe it. There's so many of them. There's thousands.
Yeah,
so
they're already a season ahead. But this weekend it's going to be a nice one if you want to walk around the zoo, do something outside, because this is what I'm tracking: near record warmth each and every day. Saturday, for example, I'm forecasting a high of 75. The current record stands at 83. Sunday, even warmer. We're up to 76, and the current record stands at 80. And then on Monday, we're going to crush that record. We are forecasting a high of 78, and the current record stands at 77 from 2020. Dark and early this morning, we are awaiting the warmer temperatures. We've got sunrise coming up at 7:30. While we await that, temperatures are cool. Still jacket-worthy temperatures here, upper 40s, low 50s to begin your Friday morning. Now, I am tracking a new weather maker. It's this cold front. It's currently stretched out from the Great Lakes all the way back through the central part of the country, and it is bringing some huge changes to that part of the country. Not only are we tracking some snow showers now behind that front, in advance of it today, we're going to be tracking severe weather. Now, fortunately for us, by the time it reaches us, it's going to weaken quite a bit, so we're not tracking either. We're not tracking snow, and we're not tracking severe storms here. It's just going to pass by with a couple of showers by Sunday. In the meantime, we're nice and dry. And that includes today. Today, plenty of sunshine, low 70s by the time we head through the afternoon. The clouds will rush in overnight and take over tomorrow morning, but that's going to help us out temperature-wise. Not quite as cool tomorrow morning. We'll start the day off in the upper 50s, low 60s, and then we make a run for the mid-70s as we head through the afternoon. Sunday stays mostly cloudy, but it also stays nice and warm. Low 60s Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon, we end up in the mid and upper 70s. Here's that front arriving here. It just sends us a couple of showers, not even enough to warrant canceling your outdoor plans. So I think you're in good shape for whatever you want to do outside, really at any point this weekend. Today is going to be a beauty. Tons of sunshine, highs in the low 70s, even warmer Saturday and Sunday despite that extra cloud cover. Going to be a little breezy on Saturday if you have plans to get some raking done. We could see winds gusting as high as 20 miles an hour. And then I did throw that stray shower chance in there by the end of the weekend on Sunday. Remember, we also fall back this weekend, so don't forget to turn your clocks back 1 hour before going to bed Saturday night. It means sunsets even earlier on Sunday, coming up just before 5 o'clock. After that, Monday, the warmest day of this stretch. We're getting close to 80 degrees. Not going to feel like November, but by Tuesday, feeling more like November again. Just in time for Election Day, we're cooling it down into the breezy low 60s, and then we're actually going to stay in the 60s as we head through the end of next week. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Now looking at our Lens Stoller traffic network here, and my goodness, we are looking great in the green here this morning. No major issues to report. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark. Feeling good?
Yeah, happy Friday, Megan. Off to a pretty good start out there right now on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time, but Metro Subway Link has a 5 to 10 minute delay. Allow time for travel there. And the Upton station remains closed due to flooding. You'll find shuttle buses in place to and from Upton station. Out there on the MARC train system, Penn train 407 and Camden train 843, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC on time. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
New numbers may be painting a clearer picture of what could happen on election night. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington. We go beyond the podium and take a closer look coming up.
And a proposed solution to an ongoing issue in Baltimore City streets, prompting questions this morning why some say this push will not be enough to curb the skyrocketing levels of crime. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:53 here this morning. We have an education alert for you. President Joe Biden is pushing his administration's action on student loan forgiveness.
Now, according to the White House, nearly 26 million people have already applied for that student debt relief.
But the plan is temporarily on hold while the court considers a challenge brought by 6 Republican-led states. They're accusing Biden of overstepping his authority. During an event in New Mexico Saturday, Biden blasted Republican officials standing in the way of the loan forgiveness.
Their outrage is just simply wrong. And I might add, I don't want to be too political here, but hypocritical. Fighting them in court, we're not letting them get away with it. I'm never going to apologize for helping working middle-class families as they recover from the economic crisis created by a pandemic.
Now, while in New Mexico, Biden will be headlining a rally for Democratic Governor Michelle Grisham. Grisham is facing a tough race against Republican gubernatorial nominee Mark Ronchetti. And in your election 2022 coverage this morning, when it comes to the elections, almost nothing molds a last-minute strategy like the November poll numbers.
Right now, Republicans are hoping a dramatic shift in certain demographic groups will hold true when voters cast their ballots.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman goes beyond the podium, breaks down the latest data.
Will it be a red wave that sweeps over Congress, or do Democrats have time to turn the tides? Less than a week out, Republicans look primed for big gains on election night.
Why would any voter feel motivated to go vote for more of what we have right now? Are you better off that Democrats have been in control? Are you getting more money? Do your kids feel better in school?
Wall Street Journal polling shows a shift in Republicans' favor among Latino voters and women, particularly white suburban women, and has swung 26 percentage points away from Democrats since August, now favoring the GOP by 15 points.
Where they're contesting, absolutely focusing on inflation and focusing on the kinds of economic issues.
As for Democrats, they admit they missed the mark on messaging and are trying to make up ground late in the game.
Look at what has been accomplished in the first 2 years of the Biden presidency. New investments in manufacturing, new ways to lower health care costs. And we've got to get that message across.
And despite Democrats counting on issues like abortion rights to boost support from women, polls would indicate it's not the driving force they had hoped. Black men and women consistently supported Democratic candidates more than any other group of voters, helping win the party the Senate and White House as 9 in 10 black voters chose Biden over Trump. But almost nothing is a sure thing these days.
This is a competitive election, and we recognize that you cannot just assume that one particular group is going to loyally vote for one party.
And in just days will determine if Biden's avenue for accomplishments is still open or gets shut down. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Thank you, Scott. 4.3 million ads have already aired for both federal and gubernatorial races this year. That is according to the Wesleyan Media Project. On Tuesday alone, nearly 110,000 ads aired nationwide. An estimated $2.71 billion has been spent on those ads, a 10% increase compared to the 2018 midterms. Spending by outside groups has been especially high on the Republican side this election cycle.
Well, 5:57 and now to your consumer news. Amazon hitting pause on corporate hiring. That's in addition to the hiring freeze announced last month that affected tech positions like software developers. Now, the pause will be in effect for several months. Amazon says it's taking a cautious approach because of the current economic climate. Well, hourly warehouse workers have not been affected. Amazon has been hiring aggressively at its thousands of warehouses ahead of the holiday season.
Ride-hailing company Lyft is laying off 13% of its workforce, or about 700 employees. Co-founders Logan Green and John Zimmer say the company is preparing for a, quote, probable recession. Lyft's nearly 5,000 employees were notified in a memo sent yesterday that does not include drivers. Lyft says it worked hard to avoid this decision. The company tried freezing, hiring, cutting spending, and pausing less critical initiatives. Lyft is the latest to make cuts amid high inflation, joining Netflix, Spotify, and Stripe.
Mayor Scott has a new plan to tackle the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll bring you the details of that plan that's already facing some criticism.
If you don't get a quality education, oftentimes you find yourself a victim of the school to prison pipeline.
Everyone in America is watching. Those are the words of civil rights attorney Ben Crump now that the case against city schools is moving forward. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the impact of this case and how the school system is responding.
And I am tracking some fog this morning. I'll show you where I am tracking the densest fog and what it means for your morning drive in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, just about 6 o'clock on this Friday, November 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson to see the weekend forecast. Always feels good to say that.
Yeah, exactly. And this weekend is going to be a winner, probably one of the nicest ones we'll see for quite some time because we are tracking unusually warm temperatures. But this morning, on a more serious note, I am tracking some fog, and it's pretty dense across the bay along the eastern shore. Stevensville now down to 0 miles visibility along with Easton, so some pretty dense fog developing there if you are traveling that direction this morning. Certainly be prepared for that. Even Westminster now down to 5 miles. Temperature-wise, we're off to a more comfortable start. Upper 40s, low 50s to begin. We do have the clouds, the low clouds and the fog this morning, so that will certainly be an issue even as you head out to the bus stop or take the kids to school. We are starting off overcast too, but temperatures will be warming and improving as the day continues. By lunchtime and pickup time, the kids won't need jackets. We're going to make a run for the low 70s today. And this weekend, even warmer. Might have you breaking out the shorts and the t-shirts. I'll explain exactly how warm it's going to get and how long this unusually mild stretch is expected to last in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now we want to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking at our traffic map. Look at this, all green around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. Of course, on the eastern shore, though, those cameras over there are showing some dense fog. It's just what Amy was talking about, so just be careful if you're traveling on the other side of the Bay Bridge.
6:01, and in a city in crisis, we are getting some new insight into how the city plans to deal with criminals and squeegee kids. Part of the plan is to give them money.
Yeah, one plan calling for payments of up to $375 a month to keep potential criminals from feeding the city's crime crisis. While the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan is also calling for guaranteed income for squeegee kids. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning, though, with what we know about this new Squeegee Collaborative recommendations. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan and Tom, we've already learned some details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement. Now it's expected to be rolled out next week, but shortly after details of the plan were released, it's already facing some criticism.
You know, honestly, it feels half-baked and it doesn't seem sustainable.
A spokeswoman for Mayor Scott confirms key elements of the plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. However, some residents tell us squeegee kids have assaulted drivers, vandalized cars, and stolen thousands of dollars via Cash App scams. Through Vignaraja, former federal prosecutor and former Baltimore mayoral candidate, believes the plan misses the mark.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Now, city leaders and police have taken a mostly hands-off approach and have avoided making arrests or issuing citations. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. We want to remind you there are laws in place the city could be using to get the squeegee kids off of the corners. One law stating stepping into a roadway to ask for money from a driver is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers or using obscene language and intimidation. Well, Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce those laws, claiming squeegee kids are just panhandling, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Not only does the city plan on paying squeegee kids, they would also pay potential criminals not to commit crimes.
Yeah, at City Hall just Wednesday, directors of city's group violence reduction strategy. Well, they detailed the plan, which is aimed at steering potential criminals away from violence. If participants stay crime-free, the city provides educational opportunities, housing, stipends, like paying them for completing a resume, going on job interviews, with the average pay forecast to be about $375 a month.
$375 per month or greater. Is a baseline around what the expected minimum stipend amount should be in order to incentivize folks and to provide them with opportunities to advance in their lives.
We have to do something more than just pay lip service and just give somebody $200 or $25 not to commit a crime. That's pathetic. We ought to think more of our people than that.
Well, the strategy is now being deployed in Baltimore's Western District, where directors say homicides and non-fatal shootings have decreased. So far, the city has paid out $64,000 in stipends for potential criminals. The size of paychecks for Squeegee kids is still unknown.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the city council regarding this plan, asking, do you support this plan? Why would we pay people who break the law? If a Squeegee kid commits an act of violence, will they have to give that money then back? We're still waiting on their response.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? And as we take a closer look there, you can see 95% of those who have responded say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Well, I think everybody's watching this lawsuit around America, and hopefully we can have a precedent that will be set for other cities and other lawyers to be able to cite to as they fight for the children to get a quality education.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, specifically in Baltimore City Public Schools.
A lawsuit against Baltimore City and Baltimore City Public Schools is moving forward after a judge ruled against the city. The lawsuit aims to bring accountability to a system facing serious oversight problems. Fox 45 News was able to sit down with the prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about what this new development means going forward. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live here this morning from the Baltimore City Public School District building on North Avenue with details on this. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a major move, Megan, that Ben Crump is calling a landmark decision. It's not only going to shine light on what's happening in our city, but also what's going on right here behind these walls at city school headquarters. In fact, with the case moving forward, the city will be forced to hand over information, and according to attorney Scott Martyr, the veil of secrecy will be lifted.
That means that we're going to start taking depositions. Not just one or two depositions. Anyone who has information that's relevant to the lawsuit is going to have to sit down, raise their right hand, and swear to tell the truth and answer questions.
But let's rewind a bit. You'll remember this case was filed by Baltimore City couple Giovanni and Shonda Patterson. They're claiming that the city and the school system are misusing taxpayer money and not giving students a quality education. The suit uses findings from Project Baltimore, which has really uncovered just that. Plummeting test scores, ghost students, and thousands of grades changed from failing to passing, and that's just naming a few examples. Well, the city and Baltimore Public Schools tried to get this lawsuit dismissed, but a judge is allowing it to move forward now. And nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump says now the nation and other education systems are watching.
We just want children, whether they're black, white, brown, or red, to be able to have a chance at the American dream. And so often that starts with a quality education. We must remember all public servants are just that, servants to the public, and that they must adhere to the will of the people. And I think that verdict, if we have to go that far, will speak to the will of the people.
Well, speaking of that, a trial date has not yet been set, but we did get a statement from city schools about all of this. And in that statement, they say that they remain committed to providing a quality education for students, but they go on to say that they will allow legal matters to play out in court. Reporting live from city school headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think about this. Are taxpayers getting their money's worth from Baltimore City Public Schools? So far, 97% of those who have voted this morning say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Another Squeegee attack leads to a chase through a normally quiet neighborhood. How law enforcement were able to track down the suspects.
And we are seeing an increase in youth violence across Baltimore County. What Baltimore County leaders are doing to stop that violent trend.
And although I'm tracking some fog along the eastern shore this morning, it's clear in Baltimore with temperatures starting off near 50. I'll explain when all the fog dissipates and what we can expect for the rest of the weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 6:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .11 on this Friday. We are looking at a warm stretch coming up. Lots of 70s headed our way. Temperatures will be running 10 degrees above average today. Over the weekend, we're talking mid-70s both Saturday and Sunday. And then temperatures actually peak 16 degrees above where we should be by Monday, with highs getting awfully close to that 80-degree mark. Temperatures come crashing back down by Tuesday. Now, we are still slightly above where we should be for this time of year, but it's going to feel noticeably cooler with highs returning to the low 60s. I'll explain the reason behind that speedy cool down in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan?
Yep, you're matching that forecast perfectly there, Amy. Developing now, billionaires Jay-Z and Jeff Bezos are now in the talks of buying the Washington Commanders together.
I didn't know Jay-Z was part of this. CNN reporting that they're discussing a potential joint bid on the NFL team. The news comes after current owner Dan Snyder hired a firm to explore selling the team. Snyder is currently facing a House Oversight Committee investigation over allegations of workplace misconduct. It is not yet clear if either Jay-Z or Bezos have spoken to Snyder or his wife about the possible bid, but that Bezos name has been thrown around for years now.
Yeah, that probably will happen at least. All right, well, also happening this morning, you only have one chance to win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. Keep watching for your cue to call in and win. Good luck.
And is the labor market slowing down? A preview of the final jobs report heading into midterm elections. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15. Finally, possibly some good economic news. Many are hoping, at least. The U.S. jobs report comes out this morning.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning as economists predicting it will show growth. Taylor.
Yeah, but unfortunately, guys, really not much to celebrate yet today. Today's jobs report caps off a really rough week for finances. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.75 of a point just yesterday, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell says more hikes are likely necessary to reach the target of 2% inflation, which is very far from where we are right now.
Incoming data since our last meeting suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates will be higher than previously expected.
High interest rates are affecting credit cards, mortgages, I mean, you name it. The National Retail Federation predicting sales will be up 6 to 8% over last year for holiday shopping, even with the inflation we're seeing here. Some economic analysts hope a season of financial pain will result in maybe a happier new year. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Megan, back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We've got some new details here this morning. The parents of Gabby Petito say that she would still be alive today if officers with the Moab City Police Department followed the law. Weeks before Gabby was killed by her fiance, Brian Laundrie, last summer, officers investigated a domestic disturbance involving the couple while they were on the road. Gabby's family is filing a $50 million wrongful death lawsuit against the department, alleging that officers wrongfully determined Laundrie as the victim and sought loopholes in the law to let him off free.
No one here, the four of us don't want to be here. We'd give it up in a second if she was back.
She could have been protected that day. There are laws put in place to protect victims, and those laws were not followed. And we don't want this to happen to anybody else.
The city of Moab says in a statement that no one could have predicted the tragedy based on that one encounter, and they'll defend against the lawsuit. 6:17, time to get another check of our forecast now.
Yeah, meteorologist Amy Aronson with some great news and some great colors here joining me for the weekend.
Shining bright.
Yeah, we are waiting that sunshine to join us this morning. About an hour now, a little over an hour until we'll brighten up this view here of the Inner Harbor. At least we're not seeing fog in this location, but we are seeing that if you are traveling across the bay to the eastern shore this morning, be prepared for some reduced visibilities there. In Baltimore, we're starting off nice and clear and dry this morning. We're near 50 to begin. I am tracking a big warm up as we head into the weekend. And it gets underway today. Today, low 70s, near record high temperatures this weekend. The only chance for some rain actually comes on Sunday, and it looks pretty slim. And it comes from this system, the same system that's expected to bring serious severe weather to parts of the Central Plains today. See this area highlighted in orange here? That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. That means there's a big concern there for very dangerous storms capable of tornadoes to develop today from northeastern parts of Texas up into northern parts of Louisiana. And this is all part of the same system headed our direction. It's also part of the same system producing some snow showers in parts of Colorado. Behind this system, we've got some very cold air moving in. That clash of the cold air behind it and the warm, juicy air to the south of it, that's what's going to lead to severe weather today across the Central Plains. Fortunately, by the time this system reaches us, it's going to weaken quite a bit, and we're not tracking this severe weather concern that parts of eastern Texas up into central parts of the country expecting today with this nasty line of storms that's expected to develop on this Friday evening. As this front rolls eastward, you'll notice that line falls apart and weakens significantly. By the time it reaches us, it just comes through as some extra clouds. We will see clouds start to increase on Saturday and Sunday, and then I do throw in that chance for at least a few showers by the end of the weekend because of that system. But today we're nice and dry. Actually, today temperatures will be running 10 degrees above where we should be for this time of year. We're looking forward to plenty of sunshine as we head through the afternoon. Tonight's going to be a great one to hang by the fire pit, and that's because it's going to be a little more comfortable. As clouds increase, temperatures will hold in the mid to low 60s as we head through the evening. And this weekend is a beauty, at least temperature-wise. We're in the mid-70s tomorrow, warm and breezy to start the weekend. We do fall back overnight Saturday into Sunday. Sunday's even warmer with highs in the mid-70s. I did throw that chance in for a few showers, but I don't think enough to get in the way of your outdoor plans. And what you're seeing here is some drone footage of the beautiful fall foliage that we're currently enjoying. Colors are now peaking around our area. If you do happen to see any beautiful fall colors this weekend, send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. And this weekend, of course, we are saying goodbye to daylight saving time. That impacts our sunrise sunset times. On Saturday, sunrise coming up at 7:38, sunset at 6 o'clock, and then we move both up an hour by Sunday. That means sunset is extra early, coming up just before 5 o'clock. So we do have that time change this weekend, plus we've got a stray shower possible on Sunday. Otherwise, it's just incredibly warm. Feels more like late September than November. Even on Monday, we're getting close to that 80-degree mark. That brings us into record territory with the current record for Monday standing at 77 degrees. Feels more like November by Election Day on Tuesday. We're back in the breezy low 60s, and then we'll stay in the 60s as we head through the end of next week. Tom, Megan?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, where we're seeing a little bit of slowdowns here. Well, the Curtis Drawbridge, that's there because the Curtis Drawbridge opened up and shut. But the other one was there was a disabled vehicle there, too. A little bit of a slowdown for you if you're heading down along 695 across Curtis Bay. Now, for a check on your mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a few delays, among them train 872 with a 10 to 15-minute delay. And we've got Brunswick train 890 with a 30-minute delay. Camden train 845 presently running about 5 minutes late. Light rail link keeping to the schedule. No delays in either direction of light rail link. Metro subway link running about 10 minutes late. And the Upton station remains closed. That's due to flooding. Shuttle buses remain in place there, too, and from Upton Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
We're learning of another bad encounter with Squeegee kids as the city releases a new plan to tackle the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details on that incident and the plan.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott says he has a solution for the Squeegee kid crisis when he plans to announce it. 622, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Best friend.
625 this Friday morning. Also this weekend, plan to sleep in a little bit more. Make sure you roll your clocks back an hour.
Daylight saving time. Love it. Hate it. Either way, it ends Sunday at 2 a.m. And every year, this is a topic of controversy.
Yeah, Caroline Cohen with our Sinclair sister station in Columbus, Ohio, takes a look at the pros and the cons of daylight saving.
The leaves have fallen and the days are getting darker, which means it's almost time to fall back.
It's just easier to get off work, go home, relax.
It's a topic sure to stir up conversation, with some in favor of daylight saving time and others not so much.
I'm ready to get rid of it. We don't think much of it as our phones automatically change time. But for others, maybe in a more specific line of work, the tale of time is always on their mind.
My dad's been in the trade since 1978.
Christian Gainey joined the family business at Master Clock Repair 12 years ago.
This is an open escapement.
So when it comes to time,
it's a measurement, form of measurement that we've created to live our lives by.
Gainey has a unique perspective.
There are people out there that would give anything to have that extra hour.
He doesn't see it as a burden to change all the clocks, even if it means changing dozens of cuckoo clocks over and over again. Instead, Gainey takes a beat and sees the bright side of the darkening fall back.
Because I'm so aware of time every single day, that's a moment of reflection for me.
And if you think changing a few clocks is bad, Gainey can put that into perspective as well. They do it daily.
We have to take all the clocks, we have to regulate them, so that's part of the testing.
Come daylight saving time, that just means a bit more work for him and Dad.
On an antique clock, you have to move the hands clockwise. So in order to go backwards 1 hour, you have to go forward 11 hours. And you have to wait every single time the clock is striking.
Well, the first weekend in November, oh, it's here. Feels more like July. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know what you can expect and bust out those swimsuits.
Fighting youth violence in Baltimore County coming up. The announcement happening today about plans for a new pilot program. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, November 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Now, just like Megan's dress, it's going to be nice, bright, and sunny this weekend. However, right now, there's some fog that's out there, especially on the eastern shore.
That's why we're bringing in another yellow dress to try and brighten things up here. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with some details.
Yeah, we sure need some sunshine this morning because we are seeing a lot of gray, especially across the bay along the eastern shore. Even in Anne Arundel County, they're also included in this dense fog advisory up through 10 a.m. So if you are included in the gray area on the map here, be prepared for some lower visibilities this morning. You're going to want to turn on your lights and also leave some extra time. Now, I think we should see the thickest fog through about 9 a.m. After that, it transitions to a bit of a haze at 10 a.m. And then after 11 a.m., we are going to see lots and lots of yellow today. Plenty of sunshine ahead of us. I'll let you know exactly what all this sunshine means for our temperatures later today in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. In a city in crisis, we continue our coverage this morning of the ongoing issue of squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Yeah, now the mayor is fronting a collaborative that he claims will get these kids off the streets by paying them.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the details of this program. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the plan is expected to be rolled out next week, but details of the plan are already facing criticism. We'll take a closer look at that plan in just a minute, but it comes just days after another alarming encounter with squeegee kids. Take a listen.
It was really scary, terrifying, and the unknowns. You know, there was just a lot of unknowns. It was just a horrible situation.
That was Lauren Tompkins, who was inside her home on Washington Boulevard when on Tuesday she says she saw 3 squeegee kids running from police, jump a wall, run through her backyard and into her basement.
Policeman comes to my window, this gun pointed, and then I'm just go like this. And if you're going to get shot through the floor when the guns are in your basement, 3 of them at least I saw, and then who knows what the kids had.
Police say they spotted the suspects at the intersection of MLK and Washington Boulevards. Another case of squeegee kids taking a driver's phone and sending themselves a large amount of money via Cash App. Now let's take a closer look at the details of the Squeegee Collaborative Plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. Supporters of the squeegee kids say that they need help and not punishment, but others say their unwanted services are just leading to conflicts. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Now to counties under pressure. We're seeing an increase in youth violence across Baltimore County. Now, in the past, this past May, authorities arrested 3 teens for carjacking at the Towson Town Center garage. Then a few months later, a massive teen brawl also breaking out at that same shopping center. Just last week, Baltimore County Police arresting a teen in a deadly shooting of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter from the Milford Mill Academy right after a football game. This morning, though, Baltimore County leaders joining forces with the Baltimore City organization to help fight the growing youth violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the changes that could go into place here. Shannon.
Yeah, we have continued to see young people impacted by violence, Megan, all across the region, just as you guys laid out. But today, leaders in Baltimore County are announcing the start of a new pilot program, and they hope that it's going to combat that. So we want to pull up some information about this program right here on your screen. The organization is called ROCA, and right now it just exists in the city. But today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will join local partners as well as leaders with ROCA to announce a new partnership. And that partnership is going to expand the organization's youth violence intervention efforts into the county. Now, for some background, ROCA is an internationally recognized organization, and what they do is they target high-risk people between the ages of 16 and 24, and they provide them with resources to address trauma, and they help teach them life skills as well. So this announcement is set for 10 this morning. Of course, we will have full coverage on air and online. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We do have a warning this morning from 2 schools in Lansdowne after 2 female students reported indecent exposure and assault by strangers on their way to school this week. According to a letter from Lansdowne Middle School's principal, a female student reported being followed by a car on her way to school. And this was Tuesday morning before the driver of the black vehicle with dark tinted windows exposed himself to her. The following day, the principal of Lansdowne High School sending out a warning after a female student reported being assaulted on a footbridge on her way to school Wednesday. No details were given about what kind of assault, and there's no additional suspect information. Meanwhile, police and principals at both schools are encouraging parents to discuss safety and vigilance for students on their way to and from school. The controversy surrounding Adnan Syed's release continues as Hayman Lee's family calls for another hearing over evidence used to free Syed.
Yeah, one major piece of evidence in question, a handwritten note that was central to Syed's release.
The family is seeking what's called an evidentiary hearing. Their attorney explains.
The family has a completely open mind. If Mr. Syed is not the person who killed Hay, then we just, the family wants to see the evidence that supports that he's not. And they want to know if there is a suspect out there, they want to know about it.
Of course, that's attorney Steve Kelly you just heard. He filed this request to the Maryland Court of Appeals requesting Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby present the evidence that her office says was newly discovered or not disclosed, ultimately leading to Adnan Syed's release.
There's a dispute about what the note means. The state's attorney believes that it means one thing. The author of the note, the former prosecutor, says it means something else. Well, that's classic evidentiary dispute, and that's decided by courts all the time.
Syed's legal team asking the court to dismiss the appeal, and Mosby's office saying they stand by their investigation. The timeline is unclear, but the Court of Appeals will decide whether to grant this hearing.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. We are rolling and giving away tickets to Tina, the Tina Turner musical, right at the Hippodrome. Keep watching for your cue to call in and win.
A foggy morning here. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when it starts to clear up. Time now 6:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
I've never seen deer play. Parts of central and southern Utah were under winter weather advisories and warnings while receiving much-needed moisture in the form of snow. And the deer were out to play. So were some pets. Meanwhile, near Chattanooga, a weather 180. The sun was shining, still a fun time with pets, but frolicking in the fall foliage.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
6:40 on this Friday morning. We are dealing with some fog, especially along the eastern shore. Actually, Talbot County Schools delayed 90 minutes because of that fog, and Caroline now saying they're delayed 2 hours because of it. So do leave some extra time if you are headed that direction. Also use your lights. We are expecting that fog to linger through about 9-10 a.m. this morning. After that, just a little bit of a haze, and then it's sunshine for everybody. And with the sunshine comes some warmer temperatures. I'll let you know exactly what to expect for the second half of your Friday and your drive home this Friday afternoon in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, thank you, Amy. Some Twitter employees could be waking up with termination letters.
Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center with the shakeup at the company. Taylor.
That's right. According to the New York Times, a company-wide memo went out to say employees will expect some layoffs beginning today. The fate of Twitter's 705,000 employees hanging in the balance until noon when they'll receive that memo. They'll learn if they'll be laid off or continue on with the company. During his $44 billion Twitter sale and purchase, Musk indicated he would lay off up to half of the platform staff. Amid the takeover, major global companies like General Mills, Volkswagen, Audi, Pfizer, they're all pausing advertising on the platform just to see how Musk will operate, then moderate the content. Also, take a look at this tweet. He made a nod to that, saying advertisers should support free speech, political correctness, 78% coming in with freedom of speech. That's part of this debate, but we'll see how it plays out here from the Live Center. We'll monitor that for you. Megan, Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. The holiday shopping season is now upon us, believe it or not. Just ahead, a look at how much Americans are expected to spend, even as inflation drags on.
The Republican Party, Democratic Party, and a third party? Coming up, a look at data which says that's what some Americans want.
It is 6:45, and in your morning rush, Fox 45 News has received information on the long-awaited Squeegee collaborative plan after the mayor's office released some details ahead of its official rollout next week.
Now, the plan comes after Fox 45 has received countless calls about drivers having violent interactions with Squeegee kids.
Olivia Dance joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about the Squeegee collaborative plan? What do we know about it?
Well, Megan, as you mentioned, we learned some details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement, and those details include Squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity. And finally, police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both Squeegee kids and drivers. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at that plan and why it's already receiving criticism. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Here, and major developments in the taxpayer lawsuit aiming to bring accountability to Baltimore public school system. Lawsuit is moving forward after a judge denied the city's attempts to get it thrown out. And now we're hearing from prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with his words and what this means now moving forward. Shannon.
Everyone in America is watching. That is what Ben Crump is saying, Tom, about this case. And he is calling the judge's decision to move forward with this case a landmark decision. And it is a big one because now the city and the school system are going to be forced to hand over information about what's going on inside city schools. Well, the lawsuit alleges that taxpayer dollars are being misused and students are not getting a quality education. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, we are going to hear directly from Ben Crump the impact of this case, and we'll hear how city schools is responding. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The Food Depot in Northeast Baltimore has been shut down by the city health department. We understand it is because of a rodent infestation and no water, even potable water. The Food Depot is at the shopping complex right across Clifton Park. The health department is asking the business to correct all violations before re-inspection.
The Real ID deadline exactly 6 months out, and nearly 90% of Marylanders have already gotten their Real ID cards. More than 500,000 Marylanders have not, and meaning that they won't be able to board airplanes or access federal facilities after the May 3rd deadline. Trending now, we're looking ahead this morning to Christmas, and that's because the bright seasonal lights are returning to the Maryland Zoo right here in Baltimore.
All a part of the holiday theme. Zoo Light starts November 18th, and it's going to last through January 1st. This year's festivities include light-up displays shaped like zoo animals, and there's all kinds of special events. They've got Burr Fest, which includes unlimited beer and wine tastings. There's food truck rallies, ice sculptures, Santa Saturdays, and Hanukkah readings as well.
All information, including times, prices, scheduling, can be found right at our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It's that time, but it's certainly not feeling like it. 6:48, and we've got to look at your November forecast.
Yeah, November forecast along the beach. Why not? Meteorologist Amy Aronson has a gorgeous weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, heck, why not head to the beach today or this weekend? It's going to feel fantastic out there. Not feeling like November or December at all. We only have 51 days now until Christmas, and at that point, our average high is at 46 degrees. Now, we are going to be a far cry from that today. For example, this weekend, we fall back. At that point, our average high is hanging out in the low 60s. We are well above that this weekend. We're actually flirting with records. Starting on Saturday, we're making a run for 75 degrees. Current record stands at 83. We're at 76 on Sunday. Current record stands at 80. And then on Monday, I think we're going to have no issue smashing this record of 77 from 2020. We are forecasting a high around 78. Now, dark and early this morning, it is still cool. I would still grab a jacket as you head out to work or school. We're starting off in the low and mid 50s right now. We're at 50 at BWI, 50 in Bel Air, and 44 in Columbia. All is dry locally, but if we take a peek at what's happening west of here, it's pretty easy to spot our next weather maker. It's this cold front. It's stretched out from Canada, actually all the way down through the Central Plains. Coming in behind it, we're seeing some blue stuff, and that would be some snow. And eventually out of front of it today, we're going to see some severe weather for the central part of the country. Now, the good news for us is that as that front heads our direction, it's going to weaken significantly. So it's not going to send us winter weather, and it's not going to send us severe weather, just sending us a couple of showers and eventually a cool down. Out ahead of that, it's nice and dry today. The only issue we're facing, some fog, and that is actually delaying schools along the eastern shore. Talbot County delayed 90 minutes. Caroline delayed 2 hours because of that, and they are down to a ½ mile visibility there. So if you are traveling that direction, make sure you use your lights and leave some extra time. That fog should all dissipate between 9 and 10 a.m. After that, we should enjoy a good amount of sunshine today with highs headed for the low 70s. The clouds make a speedy return by tomorrow morning, but that keeps our temperatures a little milder. We'll start the day off in the upper 50s. We'll end the day in the really warm mid-70s tomorrow. And then Sunday, despite the clouds, it's even warmer. Low 60s to start things off Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon does not feel like the first full weekend of November, with highs warming into the mid and upper 70s. Now you see that shower chance? That's that front arriving here. As you can see, it's really, really small. Not enough to cancel any outdoor plans this weekend. Just plan on a brief shower Sunday evening. So for the weekend, if you've got to get raking done, breezy and warm tomorrow with highs in the mid-70s, and then we do throw that stray shower chance in there by Sunday. After that, temperatures will peak in the upper 70s on Monday, getting close to 80, and then temperatures cool down. By Election Day, we're back in the low 60s. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got a live look from Talbot County here, and there's that fog. This is what Amy's been talking about. Talbot County is actually on a delay, an hour-and-a-half delay. And also Caroline County schools, they're delayed 2 hours. And again, because of that fog you see out there right now.
Well, a big break for the Ravens this week. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, Patrice will be sharing her pigskin picks. See what you think and share who you think will win.
And Baltimore's most beloved brunch series is back in our 9 o'clock hour. How you can enjoy an array of brunch classics. But first, from mimosas to something that's a little more 7 a.m. workday appropriate.
Yeah, it's time for a coffee break. .54 in today's Assignment America. We're focusing on the midterm elections. 4.3 million ads have already aired for both federal and gubernatorial races just this year.
And that is according to the Wesleyan Media Project.
Yeah, Tuesday alone, nearly 110,000 ads aired nationwide. Estimated $2.7 billion has been spent on those ads. I'm sure you've heard them and seen them. 10% increase, though, compared to 2018 midterms.
Spending by outside groups has been high on the Republican side of the aisle this election cycle.
Well, President Joe Biden is on the road making a final push before the midterms. He was in Albuquerque last night as part of a 3-day campaign swing through California, New Mexico, and Illinois.
Biden punching back at Republican claims that his policies, rather than the global pandemic, spurred inflation. He says job gains, household savings, and unemployment rates are all in good shape.
Biden also saying that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is behind the rising cost of gas, along with corporate greed during a time of war. He says over the last 6 months, the 6 largest oil and gas companies have made $100 billion in profit.
These companies are taking advantage of average profits they're making. If they did it, the average profits they've made for the last 20 years, guess what? Your gasoline prices would be down 50 cents a gallon.
Biden is traveling to competitive races to try and preserve seats in blue states he easily won back in 2020. Analysts say the schedule reflects his limited political clout amid low approval ratings and polls that suggest Democrats are likely to lose control of the House and possibly the Senate.
Former President Trump was in Sioux City, Iowa last night. He was rallying votes ahead of Tuesday's elections.
We're just 5 days away from the most important midterm election in American history, and we need a landslide so big that the radical left cannot rig it or steal it.
The former president slamming Democrats for their handling of inflation, border security, and crime. Trump also teased plans for another 2024 bid, saying he will, quote, very, very, very probably run again.
Well, according to aides close to Trump, he's considering making a formal announcement in about 2 weeks following the midterms, capitalizing on the GOP's expected wins in the House and possible Senate.
Frustrated voters are calling for change. A new poll finds more people want more options than just Republican or Democrat.
National Desk correspondent Dee Gatton digging into the research and joins us now with what some Americans want and whether or not experts believe they'll get it.
It's undeniable. There's frustration on both sides of the aisle. Now data shows some may not want anything to do with either party. When some voters hear things like this,
in a typical year, we're often not faced with questions of whether the vote we cast will preserve democracy or put us at risk. But this year we are.
Or statements like this.
The time to stand up, to get this whole thing right, and to stop the left-wing tyranny is right now.
It's an instant turnoff.
I think they're just saying what people want to hear, and it's not actually giving what the people want.
Bryce Birchie wants concrete answers on issues that matter to him, like the economy, and says he doesn't feel like he's getting that from either party. Pew Research Center points to survey data which shows 61% of adults in the U.S. have an unfavorable view of the Republican Party. 57% have a negative view of the Democratic Party, and about a quarter of Americans aren't fans of both parties.
I think the two-party system, it's old. It's all we know.
He and others are ready for a revamp. According to a Gallup poll, 56% of Americans believe the parties do such a poor job, a third major party is needed. The question is, will it work?
It won't happen. I think despite all the disappointment and disgust with political parties and partisanship, third parties, to vote for a third party really means that you have to abandon hope that your candidate is going to win.
She believes voters will turn out. It's just a matter of which numbers. Voters like Birchie tell me not strongly resonating with either party has left him frustrated and confused, and for that reason, unsure if he'll even come out to vote. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Mayor Scott has a new plan to tackle the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll bring you the details of the plan that's already facing some criticism.
The lawsuit against city schools is moving forward. Coming up, we are going to hear from civil rights attorney Ben Crump about this landmark decision.
And we are starting off with some fog this morning. I'll explain where visibilities are the lowest and how long this fog's going to stick around in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following two big stories for you this morning.
Yeah, we're learning more about how the city plans to handle the squeegee crisis as tensions between residents and squeegee kids remains high, why the city wants to pay people for not committing crimes.
And a lawsuit against Baltimore City Schools is moving forward with the help of a prominent civil rights attorney, what he's fighting for, and the North Avenue leaders that could go under oath.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us on this Friday, November 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson in our forecast.
Are starting off with some fog this morning, very low visibilities, but it's location dependent. Not everywhere is experiencing this dense fog, but if you're south and east of Baltimore, looks like you are. Some pretty dense fog underway there. We've got 0 miles visibility now in spots like Annapolis, Stevensville, and then Easton. But also I want to point out Westminster now getting in on the fog. So not only south of Baltimore, but also north and west dealing with reduced visibilities this morning. That means use your headlights. Also leave some extra time for your Friday morning drive. We're starting off in the mid and upper 40s, low 50s in some spots like Westminster this morning. And we are tracking some milder air that's going to be taking over today. The fog is the main issue to start. After that fog dissipates by 10 a.m., we'll enjoy a good amount of sunshine. And with the sunshine comes the warmth. We make a run for the low 70s today. And that's just the beginning of an incredible warm up that will take us into the weekend. I'll explain exactly how long this warm stretch is going to last in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got a live look from Talbot County this morning where you can see that fog Amy was mentioning. Talbot County schools are delayed 90 minutes. Caroline County schools are delayed 2 hours. In a city in crisis, we are getting new insight into how the city plans to deal with criminals and squeegee kids. Part of that plan is to give them money.
Yeah, one plan calling for payments up to $375 a month to keep potential criminals from feeding the city's crime crisis, while the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan calling for guaranteed income for squeegee kids. In fact, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what we know about this new Squeegee Collaborative recommendation. Olivia.
Yo, Megan and Tom, we've learned some details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement, and it's expected to be rolled out next week. But shortly after details of the plan were released, it was received with some criticism.
You know, honestly, it feels half-baked and it doesn't seem sustainable.
A spokeswoman for Mayor Scott confirms key elements of the plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. However, some residents tell us squeegee kids have assaulted drivers, vandalized cars, and stolen thousands of dollars via Cash App scams. Dhruv Vignaraja, former federal prosecutor and former Baltimore mayoral candidate, believes the plan misses the mark.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Now, city leaders and police have taken a mostly hands-off approach and have avoided making arrests and issuing citations. But coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at another bad encounter with squeegee kids that happened just days ago. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. We want to remind you there are laws already in place the city could be using to get squeegee kids off of the corners. Now, one law states stepping into a roadway to ask for money from a driver is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers or using obscene language and intimidation. Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce those laws, claiming squeegee kids, he says, are just panhandling, which then is protected by the First Amendment.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with the likely next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who says he disagrees with the mayor on those laws. We reached out to him last night about the recommendations from the Squeegee Collaborative, but we haven't yet heard back. Last month, he told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost he was waiting to see the results of the Squeegee Collaborative before he decides how to move forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
Well, not only does the city plan on paying Squeegee kids, they would also pay potential criminals not to commit a crime.
At City Hall Wednesday, directors of the city's group violence reduction strategy detailed the plan, which is aimed at steering potential criminals away from violence. If participants stay crime-free, the city provides educational opportunities, housing and stipends, paying them for completing a resume, going on job interviews, with the average pay forecasted to be $375 a month.
$375 per month or greater is a baseline around what the expected minimum stipend amount should be in order to incentivize folks and to provide them with opportunities to advance in their lives.
We have to do something more than just pay lip service and just give somebody $200 or $25 not to commit a crime. That's pathetic. We ought to think more of our people than that.
Now, the strategy is now being deployed in Baltimore's Western District, where directors claim that homicides and non-fatal shootings have decreased. So far, the city has paid $64,000 in stipends for potential criminals. Size of paychecks for Squeegee kids still unknown, though. Fox 45 News sent questions to City Council regarding this plan, asking, do you support this plan? Why would we pay people who break the law? If a Squeegee kid commits an act of violence, will they have to give that money back? We're still waiting on their response.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? So far, 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to make your voice heard.
If you don't get a quality education, oftentimes you find yourself a victim of the school to prison pipeline.
Turning now to a city in crisis in the classroom, specifically in Baltimore City Public Schools.
A lawsuit against Baltimore City and Baltimore City Public Schools is moving forward after a judge ruled against the city. The lawsuit aims to bring accountability to a system facing serious oversight problems. Fox 45 News was able to sit down with the prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about what this new development means going forward. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live here this morning from the Baltimore City Public School District building on North Avenue with the details on this. Shannon.
Yeah, and this is a major move, Megan, that Ben Crump is calling a landmark decision. It not only helps shed some light on what's happening in our city, but also what's going on right here behind these walls at city school headquarters. In fact, with the case moving forward, the city is going to be forced to hand over information. And according to attorney Scott Martyr, the veil of secrecy will be lifted.
That means that we're going to start taking depositions. Not just one or two depositions. Anyone who has information that's relevant to the lawsuit is going to have to sit down, raise their right hand, and swear to tell the truth and answer questions.
But let's rewind a bit. You'll remember this case was filed by Baltimore City couple Giovanni and Shonda Patterson, and they are claiming that the city and school system are misusing taxpayer money and not giving students a quality education. Well, the suit uses findings from Project Baltimore, which has uncovered just that. Plummeting test scores, ghost students, and thousands of grades change from failing to passing, and that's just naming a few examples. Well, the city and Baltimore Public Schools tried to get this lawsuit dismissed, but a judge is now allowing it to move forward. Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump says now the nation and other education systems are watching.
We just want children, whether they're black, white, brown, or red, to be able to have a chance at the American dream. And so often that starts with a quality education. We must remember all public servants are just that, servants to the public, and that they must adhere to the will of the people. And I think that verdict, if we have to go that far, will speak to the will of the people.
And speaking of that, a trial date has not yet been set, but we did hear from city schools on this, and in a statement, they say that they remain committed to providing a quality education for students, but they also say that they will let this legal matter play out in court. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think about this. Are taxpayers getting their money's worth from Baltimore City Public Schools? So far, 98% of those who responded say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, finally, some good economic news. At least we're hoping. The U.S. jobs report comes out this morning officially.
Yeah, and Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning as economists predict it will show some positive growth. Taylor.
Yeah, some slight growth. Economists are saying they hope to see about 200,000 jobs added to the economy and expect to see unemployment steady at about 3.5%. But today's job report caps a really rough week for finances. The Federal Reserve voted to raise interest rates by 0.75 of a point just yesterday. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says more hikes are necessary to reach the target of 2% inflation.
Incoming data since our last meeting suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates will be higher than previously expected.
And high rates are affecting everything from credit cards to mortgages, you name it. The National Retail Federation predicts sales will be up 6 to 8%, though, over last year for holiday shopping. So people are still spending their money here. Some economic analysts hope for a season of financial pain will lead to some financial happier seasons in the new year. That's the latest from the Live Center. Back to you, Megan and Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, in fact, we're talking birds and bees this weekend because the birds are out chirping. They're excited. Bees have been back out in force because of the warm temperatures.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here to let us know how it's going to feel for the birds and the bees.
Yeah, it's going to feel warm. It's going to feel more like late September than early November. We've got 70s coming up, not just for one day, but actually all the way through next Monday. Temperatures are running at least 10 to 15 degrees above average. We're 13 to 14 degrees above average this weekend with highs peaking in the mid 70s. By Monday, we're getting awfully close to 80. That's 16 degrees above where we should be. But I am tracking a drop to back to near normal temperatures come Tuesday, brings us back into the cooler low 60s. I'll explain the reason behind that quick drop in our temperatures in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. The move to get a piece of a taxpayer-funded pension plan. Fox 45 News informs you what the city council could do if you vote to limit their time in office.
Oh, but first, finding a solution to the current health care worker crisis, the local training program to fill those positions as quickly and as safely as possible. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Oh, yeah. All right, this next story is a good news story right here. Major investment in the future of the seniors coming with an even larger opportunity for those who just want to get into the healthcare industry with a non-traditional approach. Joining us now, Dwyer Workforce Development CEO Barb Clapp and current Dwyer Scholarship winner Eric Winder. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Barb.
We're
tell
happy
us
to be
about
here.
this. I mean, you're very active. You've been very active in the Baltimore region for years now. You had a communication department, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to retire. Nope, you did not say that. You said, I want to go in and change something and make Baltimore for the better. Tell us about it.
Absolutely. I'm so committed to Baltimore. I am the CEO of Dwyer Workforce Development, and we are changing the healthcare staffing crisis and helping people who lack opportunity, as well as improving the lives of seniors.
It makes sense. I mean, it completely makes sense. Eric, when you're talking about this, like, okay, I'm looking for like some type of job. Were you looking at healthcare industry at all?
Originally, no.
No.
I was in the entertainment industry.
Really?
But with the pandemic,
right.
my business and the businesses that I supported, we couldn't do it any longer.
Yeah.
So when you start looking for work, you really want to look for something that's going to be stable no matter what's going on globally, locally, or even economically. And healthcare was the simple choice.
Oh, senior healthcare too. I mean, we're talking about generations here now coming out of the workforce and are they're ailing a little bit now, health concerns. So it's perfect opportunity for this, and it's just going to expand. And that's why, Barb, you were like, you know what, we could do something here, helping people that are looking for jobs and help our seniors.
Absolutely. It was actually the brainchild of Jack Dwyer, who is the founder of CFG Bank and CFG Funding. And this was his idea, and we've started it in Maryland. We're in Texas now, and we're going to be expanding across the country.
That's incredible. I mean, but I was saying, like in the beginning, Barbie, like you had your own company. You got to that point where you're like, okay, you made some money off of it, right? And you could have walked away from everything and just kind of sat on a beach somewhere. But you said, no, I want to do something though for my community.
I absolutely. Yeah, I really care about people who lack opportunity or don't have a voice, and so that's what we're doing. We're trying to give people an opportunity to grow in a career ladder. We train people to be CNAs, and then they have the opportunity to grow all the way to LPNs or RNs.
Oh, that's incredible. Eric, I mean, we're
That's
talking about the
you,
training.
right?
Yeah, where are we going? I mean, why, MSN, you know, why not be able to go with your master's there for nursing too and get all the way up?
Absolutely. And the opportunity is one that you have to take advantage of, right? One thing that people always talk about is the lack of opportunity. But what Dwyer is doing, they're investing in me as a person.
Taking out that intimidation then? I mean, because I would never, I'm like, man, healthcare, I don't know if that's my personality, if I would do it. There's so many different avenues to go with.
Well, when I thought about that, I mean, I'm the person that cares for everyone in my family. So it kind of was an easy transition. But even through this course, I've realized that healthcare is way, way more than what people may even think it is. And I really appreciate it even more now.
That's really good to hear. All right, Eric, thank you so much. And Barb, we appreciate it. I know it's quick right now, but we want to say thank you very much for doing something and giving back to the community too. It's a win-win for everyone here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, now we want to go over to Amy Aronson, meteorologist, looking at the forecast. Beautiful weekend for us too.
Yeah, and look at this sunrise. Beautiful sunrise underway. We need the sun to help dissipate the fog this morning, and that's exactly what we're getting. We've got that sun now shining down on the Inner Harbor, helping us with our numbers, helping us with our temperatures. We're at 50 right now, but we make a run for the low 70s today, and that's just the start of a nice little weekend warm-up. I'm actually tracking near record high temperatures this weekend, with only a couple showers showing up by Sunday. Most of the weekend is dry, despite this storm system headed our direction. This is actually our next weather maker. Today, serious, severe weather is expected for the area highlighted in orange here. That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. 3 out of 5 on that threat level scale here that you see at the top of the screen. So very dangerous storms expected to unfold there. This is all part of that weather maker that's headed our direction. Also, the same storm system that's actually producing some winter weather now behind it in parts of Colorado. Snow is piling up there. In advance of it, it's nice and warm. So that clash the air masses is what's going to cause that severe weather outbreak later today across the southern plains. But for us, the system will weaken significantly before reaching us. In the meantime, we're just going to warm up. Here comes that nasty line of storms developing this evening from eastern parts of Texas straight up into the Midwest. But you'll notice that falls apart as it travels eastward. And as it reaches us on Saturday and Sunday, it just sends us some extra cloud cover. And before that front actually gets here, our temperatures are going to soar well into the 70s over the weekend. Just a couple of showers reaching us by Sunday. Today, no rain at all. We've got all sunshine. Temperatures are running 10 degrees above where they should be. Also, our fall colors are now peaking around the region. Beautiful day to check some of them out. Low 70s for us this afternoon. Tonight's going to be a comfortable one if you want to plan to hang by the fire pit. Not quite as chilly out there. With the extra cloud cover, temperatures will stay in the milder mid to low 60s as we head throughout the evening. And this weekend's also going to be beautiful to check out the fall foliage. We've got a warm and breezy day ahead of us on Saturday, highs in the mid-70s again on Sunday with just a couple of showers showing up. If you do happen to see some pretty fall colors on your trees, make sure you send us your pictures on foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. And remember, daylight saving time also comes to an end this weekend. That has an impact on our sunrise-sunset temperatures. Sunset happening at 6 o'clock on Saturday. By Sunday, though, extra early, coming up just before 5 o'clock. So don't forget to turn your clocks back 1 hour before heading to bed Saturday night. I did throw that brief shower chance in there on Sunday. After that, incredibly warm on Monday before that quick little cool down arrives for Election Day on Tuesday. Tom?
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
7:20, getting Maryland back to work. Now it is time for our job of the day. The Maryland Department of Transportation is looking to hire an emergency dispatcher. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
If you ever plan on saying hello, yeah, all right, sorry, that was bad. That was my Adele impersonation. You should make sure you're saying her name correctly. How the singer says her name is actually pronounced. Adele?
Oh.
And November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and the Endocrine Society and University of Maryland Medical Center is having their wellness fair, complete with free testing just like this. We'll talk about it coming up next as I get tested. Did you shoot it already? That was it? It's that simple. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Put your health first this weekend.
Oh, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, he's got a boo-boo right now from something that happened, but I was ready for you to yipe, scream something as your health check that you just went through, but nothing at all, right? I mean, it actually did prick your finger.
That's right. You know, I took it for the team, guys. And you know, so November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and you know, I am pre-diabetic. I come from a family that's diabetic, like many people in Baltimore. Dr. Malik, the free health fair that's going on has free testing. It's so important that people know their numbers, right?
Absolutely. So about 38 million Americans, almost 11% of the population, have diabetes. And what's even more surprising is that over 8 million people don't even know they have it. That's really important because diabetes is the leading cause of kidney disease and one of the leading causes of blindness. And knowing your diagnosis allows you to get the medical care you need to prevent that. And so one of the things we're trying to do to increase that awareness is we're hosting a health fair with our partners, the Endocrine Society and New Shiloh Baptist Church, tomorrow from 10 to 2. We'll have testing just like the one you got. We get results back in about 3 minutes. There's going to be blood pressure testing as well, blood sugar level testing. You'll have doctors that you can ask questions to, in addition to vision screening. So it's part of what we can do to try to raise awareness of people's diagnosis of diabetes.
It's so important to know your numbers. Like I said, my mother's vision was affected by it. My grandmother lost both of her legs, so I'm very in tune with it. And as somebody who actually, I was diabetic, and so my numbers are down. So now I'm still in the pre-diabetic category. Right. This is important. So if you're thinking about it, don't think about it. Come out to this free health screening.
That's right.
Take full advantage. Not just the diabetes test, but also high blood pressure and all the blood pressure tests and everything else, right?
And you know, almost 90 million Americans have prediabetes, and a third of them don't know they have it. And so tomorrow, also at the health fair, people can register for a program that helps prevent the development of diabetes. So all of that is available to individuals tomorrow, in addition to a good time. We're going to have exercise and food demonstrations. We'll have a DJ. So come, bring the kids. It should be a fun and informative time.
Awesome. And guys, so coming up, the new machine we're going to try out and do that, and also some demonstrations on some good food to have to control your sugar level. So a lot going on, guys.
Yeah, the alternatives, right.
All right, Mark, thank you.
If you'd like some more information about this, even the recipes that will be coming up here, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Sunny and mild today, but we're heading towards a weekend with record-breaking temperatures. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking that warm front for us in her full Weather Authority forecast.
We're learning of another violent encounter with Squeegee kids as the city releases a new plan to try and tackle the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details on this latest incident and the new plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Friday, November 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're kind of looking like with the weekend. You've got Saturday and Sunday's forecast with your dress, and I've got the Monday forecast here.
Purple Monday.
Purple Monday ahead. So we're looking to the future.
You know what? And it's a great weekend not to have football, to get out and enjoy outside. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has been talking about possibly record-breaking temps.
Yeah, exactly. Make some outdoor plans this weekend. Maybe go for a walk with the family, a nice little hike. Not only are we tracking warm temperatures, our fall colors are peaking now around the region. So perfect excuse to get out and enjoy it. But right now, we're actually starting off with a dense fog advisory, not the color we want to be seeing on a Friday morning. We've got that dense fog advisory for Anne Arundel County and then the Eastern Shore, and this will continue through 10 a.m. due to low visibilities there. After that, we'll transition from the dense fog to the haze to sunshine for all of us. So lots of yellow will take over, and that's expected after 11 a.m. And that's going to have a big impact on our temperatures. I'll let you know exactly where they're headed, not only today, but all weekend long in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Sounds good, Amy. Thank you. 7:31, and in a city in crisis, we continue our coverage this morning of the ongoing issue of squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Yeah, in fact, right now, the mayor is fronting a collaborative that he claims will help get these kids off the streets by paying them.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with details of this program and how it would work. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the plan's expected to be rolled out next week, and details of the plan are already facing some criticism. We'll take a closer look at that plan in just a minute, but it comes just days after another alarming encounter with squeegee kids. Take a listen.
It was really scary, terrifying, and the unknowns. You know, there was just a lot of unknowns. It was just a horrible situation.
Now, that was Lauren Tompkins, who was inside her home on Washington Boulevard when on Tuesday she says she saw 3 squeegee kids running from police, jump a wall, run through a backyard and into her basement.
Policeman comes to my window, this gun pointed, and then I'm just go like this. And if you're going to get shot through the floor when the guns are in your basement, 3 of them at least I saw, and then who knows what the kids had.
Police say they spotted the suspects at the intersection of MLK and Washington Boulevards. Another case of squeegee kids taking a driver's phone and sending themselves a large amount of money via the Cash App. Now let's take a closer look at details of the Squeegee Collaborative Plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. Supporters of the squeegee kids that they need help, not punishment, but others say that their unwanted services are just leading to conflicts. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. 7:33 new details this morning. Baltimore City Council is fast-tracking a bill allowing council members to be eligible for pension after 8 years of service rather than 12. The bill is contingent upon the passage of Question K. That's a ballot measure that would establish a 2-term limit for several city leaders, including council members. Well, 5 council members voted in favor of sending this bill to the full council. 2 voted against it.
Then it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms, you get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
So let me be clear. I understand the need for city employees and elected officials to have a robust pension system that does not harm the city's overall finances. However, this legislation felt rushed, and we want to make sure that we come up with the best system for the city of Baltimore.
City Comptroller Bill Henry put out a statement on the bill saying, quote, "I don't understand why the City Council is rushing to pass this bill." That statement then goes on to say it could be tweaked to accomplish the same goals in a far more fiscally responsible manner. You can find more in this story, including the Comptroller's full statement, on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, now the county's under pressure. We are seeing an increase in youth violence all across Baltimore County. Now, this past May, authorities arrested 3 teens for a carjacking at the Towson Town Center garage. Then, a few months later, a massive teen brawl also broke out at that same shopping center. Just this last week, though, Baltimore County Police arresting a teen in a deadly shooting of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter in the Milford Mill right after a football game. Well, this morning, Baltimore County leaders, they're joining forces with Baltimore City organization to help fight the growing youth violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the changes that could go into place. Shannon.
Yeah, and as you just laid out, Megan and Tom, we have continued to see young people impacted by violence all across the region. But today, leaders in Baltimore County are announcing a new pilot program that's hopefully going to combat that in the county. So we want to pull up some information about this new program right here on your screen. The organization is called ROCA Baltimore, and it already exists right here in the city. But today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will join local partners and leaders with ROCA Baltimore to announce this new partnership. And that partnership is going to expand the organization's youth violence intervention efforts into the county. Now, for some background, ROCA is an internationally recognized organization, and they target high-risk people between the ages of 16 and 24. They provide them with resources to help them address trauma and also with skills to just learn important life skills. So this announcement is set for 10 this morning, and of course, we will have complete coverage on air and online. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, FOX45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. U.S. Marshal Service searching for a Baltimore man awaiting trial for murder. What you need to know about the suspect who is on the run. Fog is also clearing out. We're getting ready for a sunny afternoon in Baltimore City, but the next batch of rain showers are already on their way. Meteorologist Amy Aronson breaking down her full Weather Authority forecast. 7:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:39, a Baltimore man awaiting trial for murder has gone on the run, committing more crimes, police say, as he eludes capture.
Alexa Ashwell has this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say Antonio Bardini should be considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of murder, reportedly cut off his electronic monitor 8 months ago, and according to the U.S. Marshals Service, has continued to commit other crimes here in Baltimore.
March 2022, Baltimore City. court officials receive an alert. The electronic monitoring device worn by Antonio Bardney had been removed. The 22-year-old, who is on home detention awaiting trial for murder, was gone.
Bardney is accused right now of violation of probation for cutting off his ankle monitor.
Bardney running from what police say happened back in March 2019. Howard County, Maryland. Investigators say Bardney was one of 3 suspects who shot and killed a 26-year-old man outside of an apartment building in Columbia. At the time, court documents show Bardney was wearing another electronic monitoring device for a violent crime in Baltimore City.
Back in 2017, he was arrested for carjacking in Baltimore.
That case remanded to juvenile court back in 2018. A year later, Bardney is arrested and charged with murder. And now 2 years later, he's a fugitive who, according to the U.S. Marshals Service, is continuing to commit crimes as he remains on the run. Specifically, several burglaries here in Baltimore.
We see a lot of violence in this individual, and getting him off the street sooner than later will help protect the citizens of not just the city, but the state.
Matthew Silverman is a chief deputy with the U.S. Marshals Service. He says Bardney is known to frequent Baltimore's Franklin Square and Lexington Terrace and has ties to criminal organizations.
Bardney does have ties to criminal elements, whether it be gangs or other conspiracy organizations. He does have a lot of ties and a lot of people that he can hide with and commit crimes with as well.
Investigators warning Bardney should be considered armed and dangerous.
This individual has obviously showed that he is not scared of going to jail. He's not scared of being arrested. He's not scared of ankle monitoring. And he's going to continue to do these crimes until he is put behind bars.
Take a good look. Bardney stands at about 5'7" and weighs approximately 160 pounds. If you have any information into his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, the number 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Thank you, Alexa. Does it pay to be a criminal? In Baltimore City, just ahead this morning, the payment plan that could be in the works to keep Squeegee Kid Corner's concerns at bay.
But first, a new study highlights the rise of teen pregnancies in the U.S., as well as complications during childbirth. We'll speak with a doctor on what this means and what we can be looking out for moving forward. 7:42 is your time.
7:45. For the first time, a new study finds young teens who get pregnant are significantly more likely to experience issues giving birth. This morning, Dr. Catherine Goodman, assistant professor of epidemiology and public health at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in on these new findings. Good morning, Dr. Goodman. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So what did this study find?
So our study looked for the first time at pregnancy outcomes in very young girls in the U.S. who go on to deliver. And by that, I mean young girls that are between the ages of 10 and 13 at delivery. And what we found is that these youngest girls face uniquely and significantly higher risks of experiencing delivery complications. They had a higher risk of preterm birth, a higher risk of their delivery ending in cesarean section, and in fact, a more than 3 times greater risk of being admitted to the intensive care unit. So these are all serious complications.
Are these findings, it said for the first time that this was found, is this different then than what we've seen in years past? And what would the change be? What would be contributing to that, do you think?
So in years past, we have looked at data on teen pregnancies, and we've had very good data to show that teens consistently, for most outcomes, have poorer outcomes than adults. What we haven't looked at is what are the outcomes in these very youngest adolescents and children, frankly. And that's what our study looked at and found that they have higher risk than even slightly older teenagers.
So what can be done here? Obviously, that is an extremely young age for a child to be giving birth there. You know, what's the answer? How do we protect those kids?
I think first and foremost, and most importantly, we need to ensure that there is access to reproductive health care services for young girls, teenagers, and women in this country. It starts with prevention. Prevention is so important. We've made great strides in reducing the child and teen pregnancy rate in the U.S. We want to ensure that we don't erase those gains. Parents, speaking as a parent of small children myself, talk to your children, open those lines of dialogue. And that way, if a young girl does find herself pregnant, we can make sure she's able to access clinical care and make decisions with her provider.
You mentioned a 10-year-old in that study there. I would have not thought to talk to my daughters at that age. Clearly, that's when that conversation should begin.
Yes, I think the earlier that it can begin, the better. The earlier to have education and awareness, again, making sure that parents are able to talk to their children and children know they can come to their parents and access care and high quality information.
And at least start that line of communication. Dr. Goodman, thank you for joining us this morning. Some important information.
Thank you so much.
7:48 now. We want to switch gears and take a look at our Friday forecast.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous day today, tomorrow, even I don't know. It just continues for a little while now. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson showing off, just like Megan, how nice it's going to be out this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Color coordinated with the bar graph you're seeing here in our forecasted temperatures. Lots of yellow, even some orange. And that orange indicates where our records stand for these days. We're awfully close to the 80s, mid-70s tomorrow. The current record high at 83 degrees. 76 is what we're forecasting for Sunday. The record stands at 80 from 2015. And then on Monday, I don't think we'll have an issue dominating that record of 77 from 2020. We are forecasting a high in the upper 70s. But right now we're starting off with gray, and that's the fog. It has now moved into Towson, reducing visibilities there. A little tough to see that traffic circle this morning. This is the reason you want to use the headlights and take it a little slow as you head out to work or to school. We're starting off mild, low and mid 50s to begin. We've got all that moisture pushing in right now. Eventually, once the fog dissipates, it's just going to be nice and mild. And this is all in advance of this, our next weather maker. It's a front stretched out across the country here from the Midwest all the way back into the Central Plains. Coming in behind it, really cold air. Cold enough for snow. In advance of it, really warm, juicy air, like what we're seeing here. And the clash of the two air masses, unfortunately, is going to result in some serious weather today across the central and southern plains. Very dangerous situation expected to unfold there with some strong to severe storms. But the good news is, by the time that front reaches us, it weakens significantly. So that's not going to be a concern for us. We're dry this morning. Our only concern is the fog that's now spreading across the region. The thickest fog, the densest fog, is still along the eastern shore, down to a quarter mile there in some spots. But locally, we are starting to see some of that patchy fog also develop. That should all dissipate by 10 a.m. After that, we make a run for the low 70s today. Tomorrow, the clouds fill in and temperatures will start in the low 60s to begin. As we get into the afternoon, even warmer, mid 70s. Now on Sunday, Monday, the clouds stick around, but it's even warmer. Temperatures will climb through the mid and upper 70s. And then here's that front reaching us, just a couple of sprinkles, couple of spot showers reaching us by the end of the day on Sunday. Not enough to impact outdoor plans. And that means if raking is on your list of things to do this weekend, you're in pretty good shape. Not too many excuses based on the weather. Low 70s with sun today, breezy and warm tomorrow with highs in the mid 70s. So the winds might cause you some issues, but I don't think that shower chance is enough to put it off on Sunday. Sunday's going to be even warmer with highs close to 76. Monday, the warmest day of this entire stretch as we get close to that 80-degree mark. And then the cooler air arrives behind that weather maker. It's just a little delayed. That means the low 60s are back Tuesday into Wednesday and will stick around through late next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. You were just talking about the fog. Well, the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Guess what? You see what's back there in the fog? The Bay Bridge is kind of missing. You're barely able to see it right there. So obviously the fog is bad not only in the eastern shore but over here. So just be careful if you're heading out. Everybody else, though, the roads, you're taking it slow, and looks like we have hardly any traffic concerns at all.
A beloved brunch series is back in Baltimore just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. The fall festive food dishes that you should try out this season.
Oh, and if you're a proud Mary and love Tina Turner, River Deep or Mountain High, you're going to want to stay tuned. How you can win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, live at the Hippodrome. And if you want to get the energy and the legs like Tina,
you're going to need some caffeine. It is time now for a coffee break.
.754, and yeah, trending now, Adele has some news for us.
So we've been saying her name wrong for all these years, apparently.
Okay, well, many pronounce it Adele, as you just heard me say. The singer says it's actually pronounced Adele. She noted the correction during a recent Q&A session when a woman was asking her about songwriting used the correct pronunciation.
Sounds like a southern accent, Adele.
Adele.
Well, what is next for the singer, you might ask? Well, her Las Vegas residency weekends with Adele starts November 18th. Am I saying it right?
Well,
now I feel like I'm trying too much of a southern accent.
Yeah, you do have a twang.
Adele.
Adele.
We'll work on it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Megan. All right, if you're a fan of Princess Diana, listen up because a life-size cast of the late Princess hand is going up for auction.
Hand. You read that correctly. It's a hand. It's expected to sell for up to 40,000 euros. That's just over $46,000.
How much could we get for these, right? There it is.
I mean, you can't even put money on that.
There it is. You want to high-five it right now. The plaster cast of Diana's left hand depicts her wedding ring, though. It'll be auctioned off this Tuesday at Reman Dancy in the southeastern English country of Sussex.
I know there are huge fans out there, but this is strange to me. It seems weird. Do you agree?
Right.
To get someone's hand?
Even for really, really weird people that like auction stuff, it's not her real hand. It's just a cast of
right.
the hand. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
And how weird for the family to be like, that's
40 grand, I know. Did they get a cut?
Well, the auction house says the piece is extremely rare and unique 25 years after her death. Items belonging to the former Princess of Wales that go to auction typically attract significant public interest, and they're assuming this one's going to do that too.
All right.
Happening this morning, it is your last chance to win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. In our next hour, keep watching for your cue to call in and win.
So we're getting closer. The show happening November 15th at 8. Caller number 1 will win when you call in. Your chance to call in and win is coming up in our next hour. Stay tuned. So we're in our next hour. Does that mean 8 o'clock hour or is that 9 o'clock hour?
Just keep watching. Can't give away too much information.
All right, last chance to win tickets, though.
The sun is making an appearance in Baltimore this weekend. Through that fog, it's going to come through. The chance for showers, though, not far behind it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking that system for all of you in her full weather authority forecast.
We need a hand to wave away all the fog.
If only we could find one.
Just a hand.
The lawsuit against city schools is moving forward. Coming up, we'll hear from civil rights attorney Ben Crump about this landmark decision. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, look at this. Yeah, you're picking up a theme right there. Is that the White House down there on this November 4th? I think it is. And then apparently we're told Capitol Hill, is somewhere in The fog.
That's bottom right?
Bottom right.
Oh, my goodness. In the harbor? Holy moly. Halloween is over, and this is still creeping.
And it's November, so normally, you know, you're thinking, okay, fog needs warmer temperatures and the moisture, right? It happens, so you're thinking like summer. No, it's November 4th. We have fog.
Wow.
Well, thanks for waking up with us on this foggy Friday. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson, because I think once this fog clears, we're going to be happy.
Yeah, exactly. You said it, Tom. You think of summer when you think of fog, and it's almost going to set up a summery pattern for us as we head into the weekend. So we've got to get through the fog first, and it is causing some issues out there this morning. Pretty dense fog in spots like Westminster now, down to 0 miles visibility there. That spot is joining Annapolis and Stevensville, and also Easton down to 0 miles visibility. So don't forget to turn on your headlights this morning, take it slow, leave some extra time to get to work or to school. We have the mild temperatures, upper 40s, low 50s to start off the day. I'd still send the kids with a light jacket this morning and be prepared for that fog. I know we've got delays at both Caroline and Talbot County because of that. We do end up in the very mild low 70s today. Even warmer for the rest of the weekend. I'll show you where these temperatures are trending and what it means compared to normal in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. 8:01, and in a city in crisis, we are getting new insight into how the city plans to deal with criminals and squeegee kids. And part of that plan is to give them money.
Yeah, that's right. One plan calls for payments of up to $375 a month to keep potential criminals from feeding the city's crime crisis, while the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan is now calling for guaranteed income for squeegee kids. So Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with what we know about this new Squeegee Collaborative recommendations. Olivia.
Yo, Megan and Tom, we've learned some details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement, and it's expected to be rolled out next week, but it comes shortly after details of the plan were released. It was already facing some criticism.
You know, honestly, it feels half-baked and it doesn't seem sustainable.
Now, a spokeswoman for Mayor Scott confirms key elements of the plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. However, some residents tell us squeegee kids have assaulted drivers, vandalized cars, and stolen thousands of dollars via Cash App scams. Dhruv Vignaraja, former federal prosecutor and former Baltimore mayoral candidate, believes the plan misses the mark.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Now, city leaders and police have taken a mostly hands-off approach and have avoided making arrests or issuing citations. And coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at a recent bad encounter with squeegee kids that happened just days ago. But for now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And we want to remind you there are laws in place the city could use to get squeegee kids off the corners. One law states stepping into a roadway to ask for money from a driver is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers or using obscene language and intimidation. Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce those laws, claiming squeegee kids are just panhandling, which is protected by the First Amendment. Not only does the city plan on paying squeegee kids, they would also pay potential criminals to not commit crimes.
Now, at City Hall Wednesday, directors of City's Group Violence Reduction Strategy, they detailed the plan, which is aimed at steering potential criminals away from violence. If
8:11 on this Friday morning. We are looking forward to a really nice, mild stretch, especially considering we are in November now. Temperatures running 10 degrees above average today, 13 degrees above average tomorrow. Mid to upper 70s are here to stay as we head through early next week. Monday's the warmest day of this stretch. After that, quick little cool down brings us back into the more seasonable low 60s come Tuesday. I am tracking a brief rain chance over the weekend. I'll show you when some showers show up in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. New findings with how Baltimore City's law department handles Maryland Public Information Act requests. What was discovered in an audit from the comptroller's office.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott says he has a solution for the Squeegee kid crisis when he plans to announce it. And what's in it? 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:15. Developing now, new findings from OpenTheBooks.com show repeat issues with how Baltimore City's law department handles Maryland Public Information Act requests. It was discovered in a recent audit from the comptroller's office. This morning, Adam Andrzejewski joining us live to weigh in on what he found. Adam, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Megan. Underneath the Maryland Public Information Act, the city is supposed to respond to a requester. When you request public records, they're supposed to get back to you in 10 days to acknowledge that they actually received your request.
Sure.
Then they got 30 days to fulfill your request. Now, that law is pretty weak. You know, we're based in Illinois. It is the Super Bowl of corruption. But even in Illinois, they've got 5 days. A public body has 5 days to produce the record.
And so why is this not being done here in Baltimore City?
Well, there needs to be reforms. So how's the city doing on fulfilling Public Information Act requests? Well, the comptroller just came out with another audit. They started these audits back in 2018. Bill Henry's on the case. He's called the city law department to task. In a recent Board of Estimates meeting, they said that there's no tracking mechanism. Nobody knows how the city's doing on fulfilling a primary responsibility under Maryland law to produce public records to its citizens. Now, Megan, that's one of the greatest responsibilities a public body has.
Exactly.
The citizens actually own the records. We're following a statutory process to receive the records, and we're not getting the records on a timely basis, according to the law.
Adam, you brought up a good point there. You said under Maryland law. Does that mean what the city is doing right now is illegal?
Yeah, when you don't follow the statutes on producing public records to requesters, that is a civilly illegal process. I want to give you some specific examples of how it's hurt our oversight at openthebooks.com. We've actually requested the credit card spending in city agencies. And 16 city agencies, we haven't even heard from them. We filed those requests in June. It's now November, and we haven't heard anything in 16 major city agencies.
Let me ask you this. Could it be simply that they don't have the oversight or the manpower to do that? Or could it be that they're hiding something? You know, wherein lies the truth?
Well, the sheer size, scope, and power of Baltimore city government has grown substantially over the course of the last couple of years and certainly the last decade. They need to invest the resources in making sure the people have access to their records. There's no other way to level the playing field between the politicians and the people if the people are gatekept from the records.
And that are legally and rightfully theirs to be transparent. Adam, thank you for shining a light on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:18.
Yeah, 8:18. Speaking of shining lights, my goodness, this weekend is going to be bright, but it's not right now.
Not yet. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a little bit of a foggy, gloomy start to this Friday.
Yeah, that really developed fast. We started off with the fog along the eastern shore, and now it's developed pretty much everywhere. We can even see it down at the inner harbor. Right now, not reducing visibility is too bad right there, but we are seeing the fog, so leave some extra time if you're heading out the door because of that. Low 50s to begin. And this is all in advance of a big weekend warm-up coming our way. I'm tracking near record high temperatures as we get into the weekend. The only issue with our weekend forecast, we could see a couple of showers by the end of it on Sunday. And that's all coming from this weather maker out to our west that's actually producing a severe weather threat today for the area highlighted in orange here. That's from eastern parts of Texas up into Arkansas. Enhanced risk for severe weather there. That means very dangerous storms expected to fire up and unfold later on today. But fortunately, this weather maker will weaken before reaching us, so that severe weather won't be an issue for us. And we're also seeing snow behind this system. That also won't be an issue for us. This system will weaken significantly, just reaching us as a couple of showers. But look at what we're expecting to unfold this evening, at least in the southern plains. Some strong storms expected to develop there. But watch this front closely. As it travels our direction, they fall apart. And by the time it gets to us, just some clouds and a couple of showers expected as we get into Saturday. And then again on Sunday, just a couple of showers at that point. So enjoy the dry conditions we have today. Good amount of sunshine this afternoon. High temperatures ending up in the low 70s today. Puts us a solid 10 degrees above where we should be. And tonight, because we have the clouds moving in and taking over, it helps keep our overnight low temperatures up, actually, and it won't be quite as cold. That means it's going to be an enjoyable night to sit by the fire pit. Temperatures in the mid-60s to start, low 60s to end the evening. As we get into the weekend, even warmer. Mid-70s on tap both days. Warm and breezy to start Saturday. A few showers show up on Sunday, but this is the perfect weekend to enjoy the fall foliage. Now reaching peak around our area. If you happen to see some pretty fall colors, make sure you share your pictures with us. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in to do that. Also coming up this weekend, daylight saving time comes to an end. We turn our clocks back 1 hour Saturday night. This has a big impact on our sunrise sunset times. For example, sunrise tomorrow at 7:38 in the morning, sunset right at 6 o'clock. And then by Sunday, it's moving up an hour at 6:39 in the morning and sunset extra early just before 5 o'clock. So beyond that time change, we just have that stray shower chance over the weekend. I think the bigger story, the unusually warm temperatures. We're getting close to 80 by Monday. We're in record territory there. After that, a sharp cool down will follow on Tuesday. That's the cooler air moving in behind this front. The low 60s are back, and that's going to take us through the end of next week. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. A little bit of a slowdown now. Not terrible, but you can see we're in the yellow across the board there. We've got that fog really settling in across our region this morning. Just be mindful of that as you're getting up and heading out this morning.
Well, happening this morning, keep watching for your cue to call, and you could win tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, right at the Hippodrome.
That show is happening on November 15th at 8 p.m. Caller number 1 will win. Your chance to call and win is coming up. Gotta wait for it.
We already told everybody else it was in the 9 o'clock hour, right? Should we pass that along? Okay, maybe
it's
not.
coming
We
up.
won't tell anybody.
Well, she is making people laugh all around the states with her comedy. Joining us later, we have Takara Williams for Funny Friday.
And the University of Maryland Medical Center is having their health screenings tomorrow. We'll get into all that information and the new technology coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is So Baltimore, one of the largest medical communities in Baltimore, wants to help all of us stay healthy.
Yeah, that's right. University of Maryland Medical Center hosting a health and wellness fair this weekend. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark has been there. He's been, well, you're getting screened for all sorts of things, right? What are you up to now, Mark?
That's right. I got the new technology. Dr. Munir is here with us. Again, free testing will be going on at the fair. And so, Doc, technology plays a big part these days, right?
Yeah, definitely. Technology is a big part of diabetes care nowadays. We also have a lot of new medications, and the great thing is that a lot of them really help with weight and also provide benefits in heart and kidney care. But technology is a big piece as well. So we have this body analyzer here that you're standing on, and this it goes beyond just body weight, but it also will measure things like your body fat, your muscle mass, things like that. We have these continuous glucose monitors. So these are little devices that patients will put on themselves, and we kind of apply them onto the arm, usually in the upper arm area, or in the belly, depending on which one you have. And these devices, they'll stay there for 10 to 14 days, depending on which one you have. But they measure your blood sugar every few minutes. And so you get a lot more information on how your blood sugar is trending throughout the day and even throughout the night, times where people usually wouldn't check. And so with this technology, we have a lot more information on how blood sugar patterns are, and it really helps us guide our therapy and adjust medications more appropriately.
And so it's so important, if you don't know your numbers, even if you do know your numbers, come get tested. We have the free health fair coming. And sadly, guys, Doc has told me that they detected gravy in my bloodstream. So, Tom,
it's that precise.
It's good to know, Mark, because now you can better prevent
Right.
that from getting worse. from spilling over.
And Tom, don't try to dip me in with biscuits, okay? I know what you're thinking.
No.
No,
Mark,
that's not what I was thinking.
Thank you. And this is very important. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslink, so you can get out there and get tested for more than just gravy.
Oh, I'm not hungry right now.
The first weekend of November is here. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know what we can expect on this foggy start.
We're learning of another bad encounter with Squeegee kids as the city releases a new plan to try and tackle the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details on that latest incident and the new plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Friday, November 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's going to be confusing, a little foggy now, but when the sun comes out and everything, and you start feeling the temperatures, you're like, wait, is it July? Is it, August? What day is it?
And then you top that off with a time change. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with our minds just exploding this weekend. There's a lot going on.
We're going to be all out of whack this weekend. Plus, I put away all my spring, summer attire, and this weekend you're going to want to have the shorts and the T-shirts out because it's going to be just that warm. This morning we're starting off with fog, though. Typically we see this during the summertime. It's an indication of what's to come. We're still looking at that dense fog advisory that was now extended actually northward to include Baltimore City, and this extends through 10 a.m. this morning, and that's because visibilities are low in all locations. Actually, across much of the state, we're all seeing low visibilities this morning. So through about 9 a.m., that dense fog's going to stick around. We should start to transition to that haze by 10 a.m. And then after 11 a.m., it's all sunshine. And with the sunshine, it's going to come some warmer temperatures. I'll explain exactly where temperatures are headed this weekend and how long this warm stretch is going to last in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott says he has a solution for the Squeegee kid crisis, but he will officially announce it after the elections. One aspect, though, that we are hearing, Squeegee kids will be coming up with their own code of conduct. Joining us now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm well, but I mean, smart move to give them some ownership, or is he having the, having the lunch money bullies actually officially set up the shop?
It's kind of absurd. We have a code of conduct for Squeegee kids. It's called Maryland statute. We have the law. They have to abide by it. But unfortunately, the mayor and therefore the commissioner of police are not enforcing that code of conduct, which is the law. And unfortunately, now that we're basically begging them to set up their own alternative system of laws, and they'll abide by whatever rules they set forth.
Aren't we setting the tone, though, that basically says, everyone, if you're going to, you may want to take up crime because it pays?
I mean, this is an extortion racket that we invited. They're blackmailing us into paying them money not to commit crime. That is the definition of a blackmail or extortion. The mafia says, unless you pay me money, I'm going to come and break your legs. And so Squeegee kids say, if you do not pay me money, or in this case, the mayor is inviting them to do this, if you do not pay me money or we pay them money, they're going to commit more crimes in the city of Baltimore. That is only inviting more Squeegee kids to come out and say, I want to get out. And more importantly, it's inviting more lawlessness in the city of Baltimore because people realize that the city will basically deter them by bribing them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, they're going to start putting labeling money for crimes that you would have done. I mean, okay, well, give me $50 and I won't start dealing crack. Like, what is it? But besides that part, which you can go down that whole rabbit hole, what about the kids that actually are following the law? They are going to school. They are paying their taxes. They are following the law to a T. Do they get anything out of this?
This sends the completely wrong message to those kids that going to school, doing the right thing, obeying your parents, obeying the laws they don't pay. Hard work doesn't pay. Doing the right thing doesn't pay. Doing the wrong thing, disobeying the law, committing crime, that pays. If crime pays in the city of Baltimore, we have a big problem. And unfortunately, this is not the only instance. In the case of Safe Streets, we're now finding out there are stipends being paid to people for not committing violence. So if you harass people on the streets of Baltimore to get money for squeegeeing, you get paid. If you don't kill people, you get paid. So for anything that the city of Baltimore sees as a problem, they see the solution as a bribe. That is not a very good plan. And unfortunately, it's only going to invite more people to step into the breach and commit crime until they feel like the bribe has reached a high enough level to make it worth their while.
Well, certain council members were voting against it before it went to a full council vote on this issue and others that are being brought up there. So hopefully this will be caught, or somebody will combat against this and at least be another side of the voice here, the way that you were talking here too within the council. So Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
And sticking with this conversation, we want to bring in Olivia Dance, joining us live this morning with the tensions between residents and Squeegee kids as we dive into this issue even more. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan, the plan is expected to be rolled out next week. And as you just heard, some details of the plan are already facing criticism, but it comes just days after another alarming encounter with Squeegee kids. Take a listen.
It was really scary, terrifying, and the unknowns. You know, there was just a lot of unknowns. It was just a horrible situation.
Now, that was Lauren Tompkins, who was inside her home on Washington Boulevard when on Tuesday she says she saw 3 Squeegee kids running from police, jump a wall, run through a backyard and into her basement.
Policeman comes to my window, this gun pointed, and then I'm just go like this. And if you're going to get shot through the floor when the guns are in your basement, 3 of them at least I saw. And then who knows what the kids had.
Police say they spotted the suspects at the intersection of MLK and Washington Boulevards. Another case of Squeegee kids taking a driver's phone and sending themselves a large amount of money via Cash App. Supporters of the Squeegee kids say they need help, not punishment, while others say their unwanted services are just leading to conflicts. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. County's now under pressure. We're seeing an increase in youth violence across Baltimore County. This past May, authorities arresting 3 teens for carjacking the Towson Town Center garage. Then a few months later, a massive teen brawl also breaking out that same shopping center. Just last week, Baltimore County Police arrested a teen in a deadly shooting of 14-year-old Travis Slaughter right in Milford Mill after a football game. Well, this morning, Baltimore County leaders are joining forces with Baltimore City organization to help fight the growing youth violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the changes that could go into place. Shannon?
Yeah, Megan, we have seen young people impacted by violence all across the region, as you guys just laid out. But today, leaders in Baltimore County are announcing a new pilot program that's hopefully going to combat that. So we want to put some information right here on your screen about this program. The organization is called ROCA Baltimore, and it already exists right here in the city of Baltimore. But today, County Executive Johnny Olszewski will be joining with local partners and leaders at ROCA Baltimore to announce that they are forming a new partnership. And that partnership is going to expand the organization's youth violence intervention efforts right into the county. Now, for some background, ROCA is an internationally recognized organization that targets high-risk people between the ages of 16 and 24. And what they try to do is provide them with resources to address trauma and help teach them important life skills. Now, this announcement is set to happen at 10 this morning. That's just about an hour and a half from now. And of course, we will be sure to bring you complete coverage on air and online. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A warning this morning from 2 schools in Lansdowne here after two female students actually reported indecent exposure and assault by strangers on their way to school this week. According to a letter from Lansdowne Middle School's principal, a female student reported being followed by a car on her way to school Tuesday morning before the driver of the black vehicle with dark tinted windows exposed himself to her. The following day, the principal of Lansdowne High School sending out a warning after a female student reported being assaulted on a footbridge on her way to school Wednesday. No details were given out about what kind of assault, and there's no additional suspect information. Meantime, police and principals at both schools are now encouraging parents to talk about safety and vigilance for students on their way to and from school.
Well, in Howard County, concerns this morning for minors who are being arrested for crimes, specifically carjackings. During the last 6 months, at least 16 vehicles have been stolen. And according to police, 4 teenagers have been charged with these crimes. Detectives say the teens were not part of a larger auto theft ring, but it is a major break in this case for auto thefts around that county. And data showing carjackings between 2021 and 22 surged from 41 to 75. And according to investigators, they were responsible for more than 20% of those auto thefts this year.
Well, make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. We are rolling into the last day of giving away tickets to Tina, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. Keep watching for your cue to call and win.
And watch out for some fog if you're squeezing in some outdoor exercise this morning. The good news is the fog should start to dissipate by 10 a.m. and after that we'll enjoy some sunshine with warming temperatures. I'll let you know exactly how warm it's going to get today and all weekend long in a couple of minutes. It's 8:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are kicking off a warming trend today that's going to bring our temperatures about 10 degrees above where they should be for this time of year. A beautiful November day ahead of us. Make some plans to be outside. Maybe enjoy lunch outside today. Temperatures will be in the upper 60s to low 70s at that point, and that's where they'll stay through the afternoon. Now this weekend, even warmer. I'll explain exactly where these temperatures are headed for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. The bright seasonal lights returning to the Maryland Zoo right here in Baltimore. Just ahead, what you need to know about some of the special events that will be taking place. 8:42 is the time. .45, the breaking news. Guess what? Good breaking news right now. This morning, the October jobs report is out. Shows U.S. employers added a solid 261,000 jobs last month. That's higher than expectation. Comes as the interest rate, though, they are surging. But staying with the good news and the good laughs, the ultimate show woman here, using her wisdom and all of her flair to get you laughing. The beautiful beast herself, Takara Williams, is in studio and at the Baltimore Comedy Factory this weekend.
Yeah, we're here this weekend. We have 4 more shows left, 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow. So just come on out, have a good time.
So wait, you were on stage last night?
I was on stage last night, yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in this morning.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
You're up late.
Because we had a time last night.
Yeah.
We had a good, Baltimore showed us a good time last night between the food and the drinks and just the atmosphere of just, am I saying, is it Baltimore?
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Yeah. Baltimore, yeah. You got it.
We had, where did we go? The power plant live?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a good time. We thought we were going to ride the bull, but the bull wasn't available.
Operating?
Yeah, I was ready. I was ready.
So there was no bull last night?
No.
Okay, all right. But wait a minute, though. You're talking about you yourself, though.
Yeah.
You carry yourself differently than a lot of people. You're not negative. You're Miss Positive.
Yeah.
Teacher in jails, getting hit on by inmates. I mean, that still is one of the biggest. If you Google Takara Williams, and that's the first thing that pops up.
Yeah.
Is, getting hit on. That's a funny bit. I mean,
yeah.
It's really fun. And it's all truth, though.
It is all truth. I used to work in a jail. I haven't worked there in a minute, but I used to work there for years.
Yeah.
I'm in jails in Southern California, and it was a scene. You just, whatever you think it is, it is.
Oh, really?
Whatever's going on in your head, it's exactly every single thing that you're thinking differently. It is all of those things in one in there. And
how did you say, like, I'll take a teaching job and I'll go teach inmates?
Well, you know, I moved to California from New York about 11 years ago, and I have a degree in teaching. And I told myself I was going to substitute teach. So I was substitute teaching, and they did the background check and stuff and said, hey, you're a credentialed teacher. And I said, yeah. And they said, do you want a real job? And I was like, no, I want to do my stand-up. And then they told me this is what we're offering. I was like, oh, I do want a real job. And that was it. I went there, you know, they gave me the rundown, and I stayed. And I said, they need you, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even know that there's school in jail.
All right. Well, no, it's great. I mean, why not?
And they need it. If you're in here, you know, serving time, you might as well do something.
Yeah. Come out with a degree?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, the other thing, though, is, okay, you've done that. Teacher in jails, right?
Mm-hmm.
Teacher mom. You're also a model. You've also done modeling.
I have done that.
Did you write a book? Was that a joke when I asked you that?
No, I didn't write a book, but it's coming.
Okay, all right.
It's on
you said it, so you're like,
the TV show and the book are coming. They're coming.
What are you talking about on stage, though?
Life. I talk about I'm married. I'm married for the second time. It's my second marriage. I'm doing it over and seeing what happens there. I'm married to a relationship specialist, and all I'm finding out is that I'm the problem. I did not know it was me, but it is me.
So they're telling you that you're the problem?
My husband, he's not telling me that I'm the problem, but I'm realizing through, certain situations, I'm like, I think it's me. I think I am a little toxic.
Does he have a book?
Much. No, but he needs one, being married to me. And I just talk about being a mom, being a mom to three kids, and being a different mom to each child, because you have to be a different mom. You can't be the same to all of them. And having a 17-year-old that I want to fight.
And there you go. Because she's probably just like you, right?
My 17-year-old, she is me. I don't even know how we managed to embody her, but she's me.
All right, you can meet Takara Williams all weekend long. Comedy Factory right here. Look at that. November 3rd through the 5th. You don't want to miss it. Stand up. And it's going to be a perfect weekend.
Yes.
I mean, everyone's going to be wearing, low cut everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Not orange, matching the couch. So.
I was going to bring it up. You brought it up. We need to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's bright yellow. She's matching her graphics behind her. Look at that. It's a theme.
Yeah, fall in full swing now everywhere. We've got warm temperatures coming, not really feeling like November as we get into the weekend. I'm tracking the potential for record-setting temperatures. We're forecasting highs in the mid-70s both Saturday and Sunday. Our records stand at 83 degrees for Saturday, 80 for Sunday. Come Monday, I think we'll have no issue reaching that record. I think we'll actually top it with a high of 78. Current record for Monday stands at 77 from 2020. Right now, though, we are waking up in a fog. It's getting thicker and thicker and denser and denser. Technically now, I believe we're looking down at Towson. Can't really see it at the moment. This is why you want to leave some extra time as you get out the door this morning. Make sure you're using your headlights. We are starting up mild and with some moisture, and that's the fog, the low clouds we're seeing. Low to mid 50s now to start things off in most spots. And all this moisture streaming northward in advance of this. That's our next weather maker, currently stretched out from Canada all the way back through the southern plains. This storm system is going to continue to track eastward over the next couple of days and eventually reach us. But right now, the main focus with that storm system stays well west of here. Not much happening locally. We're actually pretty quiet, despite the fog we're seeing take over this morning. And here's a look at the fog. Now we've got visibilities down to a half a mile in Baltimore City. So it has spread back towards the Baltimore area. The thickest fog still across the bay along the eastern shore for the area highlighted in white here, down to a quarter mile, 0 miles visibility. That fog should all dissipate by 10 a.m. After that, we transition to a haze and then full sunshine this afternoon. And with the sun, we end up in the low 70s today. The clouds return tomorrow, cloudy to begin your Saturday morning and mild in the low 60s. As we get into the weekend, a mix of clouds and sun brings us right into the warm mid-70s. Now, by Sunday, the clouds will continue to take over and thicken. Still mild in the morning, low 60s to start, and by the afternoon, even warmer, mid to upper 70s. Now, you saw some green blips showing up here on the future scan. That's technically that weather maker to our west. That's arriving here on Sunday. Not a huge rain chance for us at all. That's good news if you've got some raking to do this weekend. Today looks great. If you want to knock it out before you get into the weekend, today gets the green light. It's going to be a little breezy tomorrow, so that could cause some issues with the leaves. And then I did throw in that stray shower chance on Sunday, but far from a washout for the end of the weekend. Monday, even warmer. We get close to that 80-degree mark. And then here comes the cool down behind that front. We're back in the 60s starting on Tuesday for Election Day. And the 60s will linger actually as we head through the end of the week. Tom? Oh, Quickly, view through our window. How could I forget this, Tom? More pretty fall colors. This one comes from Douglas, I believe. He got a picture of this beautiful golden looking tree. We are seeing peak fall foliage now around our area. So I want to see more of your fall pics. If you want to send us your view through your window, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. Can't forget about the fall pics, Tom.
Yeah, that photo matched your dress again. Well, trending now, we're looking ahead this morning to Christmas. That's because the bright seasonal lights returning to the Maryland Zoo right here in Baltimore. Zoo lights start November 18th and will end January 1st. This year's festivities include light-up displays shaped like zoo animals and special events like Burr Fest, which includes unlimited beer and wine tastings, food truck rallies, ice sculptures, Santa Saturdays, and Hanukkah readings. All information, including the times, the prices, and scheduling, can be found right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Baltimore's most beloved brunch series is back. Just ahead, how you can enjoy an array of brunch classics. And love has everything to do with it, at least giving away the tickets. Tina and the Tina Turner musical right at the Hippodrome. What's love got to do with it? We're telling you. Keep watching for your cue to call. And if you know the lyrics, it's like a secondhand emotion, right? Coffee breaks, secondhand emotion. I don't think I'm saying that right. Well, topping your morning business report this Friday, Netflix has rolled out its new, cheaper streaming tier that features some ads. The new plan is $6.99 a month, $7 a month. It features much of what is available on Netflix basic plan, but has about 5 minutes worth of ads per hour. And those spots will be about 30 seconds long each, and then will air before and during the programs. Fallout continues at Twitter after Elon Musk's takeover. There's growing reports, or rumors, if you will, workers worried about looming job cuts. Now, on a post to the anonymous workplace platform Blind, get this, one Twitter employee noticed, apparently, a boss's Google Calendar, which apparently was left viewable with a post that was a reduction in force review, and that was scheduled. Another Twitter employee reportedly, or rumored, saw a message in Slack conversation that said layoff decisions were being finalized, but actually, both of those rumors would probably be labeled as misinformation on the Twitter platform now. Amazon is hitting pause on corporate hiring. The e-commerce giant says the hiring freeze will be in place for the next few months as it continues to monitor the economy and make adjustments. And after asking for passenger feedback, the FAA is being flooded with complaints from airline passengers who say, get this, the seats are too small? Yeah. The FAA gave the public 3 months to give their feedback on the ever-shrinking seats. There were 26,000 submissions, and torture was the word used most in the feedback. Many U.S. carriers have reduced their seat widths from 17 inches, down to 17 inches from 18.5 inches, but flyers say they want to be between really 28 to 31 inches. Passengers are saying not only is this uncomfortable, it's unsafe if they had to exit quickly. Walmart is joining Thanksgiving discount bandwagon. Now, the superstore will be offering several Thanksgiving food items, including turkeys and pumpkin pies, at last year's prices. Genevieve Gorder has a game-changing accessory, she says, for your devices that will save you time and hassles when it's time to charge. Even better, it comes at a great price. Here's today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Hey everybody, today I've got something to fix a pet peeve we all struggle with. An uncharged phone, or maybe it's your laptop or your tablet. It all feels annoying and can be unsafe, and it bugs all of us. This is the Magnetic Static 360 charging cable. Now, it is a hyper fast charger and the only cable you're ever going to need. And here's why it's special. Static chargers can charge your phone up to 8 times faster. They're magnetic and they rotate 360 degrees. So if it's yanked accidentally by your kid, your dog, or you, no worries. There's no damage. Your phone's not going to fall on the floor. You get 3 universal connectors. Insert the one you need and snap it on the cord, which is great. Plus, Static makes these amazing snap and charge portable chargers with the same magnetic tips for charging on the go. There are so many different chargers. This one is extra. I travel a lot. I bring in a laptop, a speaker, headphones, my phone. It's a lot of different types of chargers. And with the Magnetic Static 360, I only need 1 cord because none of us like cords. Let's just be honest about it. Today, we are offering up to 50% off packs of 2 or 3 cables with different lengths, as well as the snap and charge charger. Take advantage of this deal before we run out. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are following 2 big stories for you here this morning. We are learning more about how the city plans to handle the squeegee crisis as tensions between residents and squeegee kids remain high, why the city wants to pay people for not committing crimes.
And a lawsuit against Baltimore City Schools moving forward with the help of a prominent civil rights attorney. What he's fighting for, and the North Avenue leaders that could go under oath. Yeah, well, it's 9 o'clock on this Friday, November 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson in our Friday foggy forecast.
Yeah,
cleared a little.
A little bit there, but if you take a look at the visibility map I'm about to show you, it's taken over much of the state now, and we're all dealing with lower visibilities. So I have a bunch of them pinned for you so you can see where we're at. We're at a 1/4 mile visibility in Baltimore, a 1/2 mile in Cockeysville, 1 in Bel Air, down to 0 miles now in Westminster. So we are still seeing that fog across the region. Low 50s to start things off, so it is a little milder out there this morning. That is some good news despite the fog we're seeing. If you're headed out to the bus stop, just be careful. Remember, visibilities are down. Low 50s this morning and then low 70s to wrap up the day. Eventually, we will see that sun return. And as we head into the weekend, it's going to be even warmer. I'll explain exactly how long the 70s will stick around in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. Those Beltway cameras are going to show some of that fog that Amy's been mentioning. Again, we're seeing this across the region, something to be mindful of as you're getting up and heading out this morning. As a result, some slower traffic than normal.
Well, now to a city in crisis. We're getting new insight into how the city plans to deal with criminals and squeegee kids. Now, part of the plan is to give them money. One plan calling for payments of up to $375 to keep potential criminals from feeding the city's crime crisis, while the mayor's Squeegee collaborative plan is calling for guaranteed income for squeegee kids.
Well, we know we have Olivia Dance joining us live here this morning with what we know about the new Squeegee collaborative recommendations. Olivia.
Yo, Megan and Tom, we've learned details about the plan ahead of the mayor's official announcement, and it's expected to be rolled out next week. But shortly after the details of the plan were released, it's already facing some criticism.
You know, honestly, it feels half-baked and it doesn't seem sustainable.
Mayor Scott confirms key elements of the plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. However, some residents tell us squeegee kids have assaulted drivers, vandalized cars, and stolen thousands of dollars via Cash App scams. Now, Tharu Vignaraja, former federal prosecutor and former Baltimore mayoral candidate, believes the plan misses the mark.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
Now, city leaders and police have taken a mostly hands-off approach and have avoided making arrests or issuing citations. And coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at another bad encounter with squeegee kids that happened just days ago. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. 9:03 now. We want to remind you there are laws already in place that the city could be using to get squeegee kids off of the corners. One law states stepping into a roadway to ask for money from a driver is illegal. The other bans aggressive soliciting, essentially blocking drivers or using obscene language and intimidation. Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce those laws, claiming that the squeegee kids are actually just panhandling, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with the likely next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who says he disagrees with the mayor on those laws. We reached out to him last night about the recommendations from the Squeegee Collaborative, but we haven't yet heard back. Last month, he told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost that he was waiting to see the results of the Squeegee Collaborative before he decides how to move forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
Well, not only does the city plan on paying squeegee kids, they would also be paying potential criminals not to commit crimes.
At City Hall Wednesday, directors of the city's group Violence Reduction Strategy detailing the plan, which is aimed at steering potential criminals away from violence. If participants stay crime-free, the city provides educational opportunities, housing and stipends, paying them for completing a resume, going on job interviews, with the average pay forecasted to be $375 a month.
$375 per month or greater is a baseline around what the expected minimum stipend amount should be in order to incentivize folks and to provide them with opportunities to advance in their lives.
We have to do something more than just pay lip service and just give somebody $200 or $25 not to commit a crime. That's pathetic. We ought to think more of our people than that.
Well, the strategy is now being deployed in Baltimore's Western District, where directors claim that homicides and non-fatal shootings have decreased. So far, the city has paid $64,000 in stipends for potential criminals. The size of the paychecks for squeegee kids, though, is still unknown. Fox 45 News sent questions to City Council regarding this plan, asking, do you support this plan? Why would we pay people who break the law? If a squeegee kid commits an act of violence, will they have to then give the money back? We're still waiting on their response.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Is it a waste of taxpayer dollars to pay criminals to stay out of trouble? So far, 99% of those who have responded say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
If you don't get a quality education, oftentimes you find yourself a victim of the school to prison pipeline.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, specifically in Baltimore City Public Schools.
A lawsuit against Baltimore City and Baltimore City Public Schools is moving forward after a judge ruled against the city. The lawsuit aims to bring accountability to a system facing serious oversight problems.
Fox 45 News was able to sit down with prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump about what this new development means moving forward.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us this morning from the Baltimore City Public School District building on North Ave with some of those details. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a major move that Ben Crump is calling a landmark decision. It's not only going to shed some light on what's happening in our city, but also what's going on right behind these walls here at city school headquarters. In fact, with the case moving forward, the city will be forced to hand over information. And according to attorney Scott Martyr, the veil of secrecy is going to be lifted.
That means that we're going to start taking depositions. Not just one or two depositions. Anyone who has information that's relevant to the lawsuit is going to have to sit down, raise their right hand, and swear to tell the truth and answer questions.
But let's rewind a bit. You'll remember this case was filed by Baltimore City couple Giovanni and Shonda Patterson, and they're claiming that the city and school system are misusing taxpayer money and not giving students a quality education. The suit is using findings from Project Baltimore, which has uncovered really just that: plummeting test scores, ghost students, and thousands of grades changed from failing to passing. And that's just naming a few examples. Well, the city and Baltimore Public Schools tried to get this lawsuit dismissed, but as of yesterday, a judge is allowing it to move forward. Nationally known civil rights attorney Ben Crump says now the nation and other education systems are watching.
We just want children, whether they're black, white, brown, or red, to be able to have a chance at the American dream. And so often that starts with a quality education. We must remember all public servants are just that, servants to the public, and that they must adhere to the will of the people. And I think that verdict, if we have to go that far, will speak to the will of the people.
No, a trial date has not yet been scheduled, but we did hear from city schools on this. They sent a statement that says that they remain committed to providing a quality education for students, but they also say they will let this legal matter play out in court. Reporting from city school headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think about this. Are taxpayers getting their money's worth from Baltimore City Public Schools? So far, 99% of those who have voted this morning say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
It is so Baltimore. The Endocrine Society of the University of Maryland Medical Center is hosting a community health and wellness fair.
Yeah, in fact, the fair coincides with National Diabetes Awareness Month. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has been going through some screening processes and has a whole lot of information for us.
That's right. Angela's here with this food. This is healthy food. This is stuff we're supposed to eat, right?
Yes, and we want to eat to prevent diabetes. So there have been 4 diets that have been shown to prevent diabetes. That's Mediterranean, low fat, DASH diet, and vegan and vegetarian.
Awesome.
But I want you to encourage you to try to go vegetarian once a week.
Okay.
And that can also help you prevent diabetes. And so right here, I wanted to actually show you a couple options. When we're choosing proteins, we want to make sure they're lean. So they could be fish or seafood or a meat alternative.
Okay.
You want to, when you have dairy, you want to make sure it's low in fat. But I also wanted to encourage you to eat more veggies. And how we're going to do that, I'm going to make a fake steak.
Fake steak. Okay.
Fake Philly cheesesteak stuffed baked potato.
Wow.
So right here, I use some mushrooms and onions and peppers. I like to use a little bit of steak seasoning to add to that to give it some extra flavor. And then all I do with my baked potato, look, it's real simple. You see, I already shed it a little light. cheddar on there and put
Wow.
that on there, and I can't forget, because I like a little bit of sour cream.
That's a dollop.
That's a dollop.
Okay,
That is what a dollop is. And most people don't realize that you also can have this is a meatball sub that is made with plant-based meatballs. It has spaghetti sauce, and you use a whole grain roll. And grains are also really important for making sure you prevent diabetes.
Wow.
Not only eating, but make sure you get active 20 to 30 minutes a week, and you may have to lose 5 to 10% of your body weight. But let's eat to prevent diabetes.
I love
to prevent
that.
diabetes,
Print up
guys.
the T-shirts. Let's
Perfect
go.
recipe.
We're going with Angela.
Right, that's right.
Mark, thank you. And we're going to put information on everything Angela had to say there, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. U.S. officials from the American Embassy in Moscow made a special trip to visit Brittany Griner. Coming up, a live update on how she's doing.
The move to get a piece of taxpayer-funded pension plan, too. Fox 45 News informs you what the city council could do if you vote to limit their time in office. 9:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The GOP hitting their stride at the opportune moment as they gain steam before Tuesday's midterm elections.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill this morning with how Republicans plan to take both the House and the Senate. Kayla?
Taylor and Megan, so Senate Republicans are in the best position they've been in for months, and they only need to flip one seat to take control. Gaining that needed seat looked nearly impossible just a few months ago, but now optimism is sinking in thanks to late spending splurge by Republicans and Democrats' worsening circumstances. Pennsylvania, one of the races looking favorable to Republicans, where Dr. Mehmet Oz is gaining ground on Democrat John Fetterman, who suffered a stroke back in May. But even if Republicans don't take Pennsylvania's Senate seat, they have multiple
multiple paths here to gain a majority. Democrat incumbents running in Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and New Hampshire are all on shaky ground. As for the House, it's less of a surprise if Republicans win there, but they've had pretty strong favorability with the House for months. We'll see what happens on Tuesday.
Kayla, we know U.S. officials from the American Embassy, meantime, in Moscow, paying a visit to WNBA star Brittany Griner in prison. The U.S. considers Griner wrongfully detained by the Russians. How is she doing? Are we getting any word on their visit?
Well, as well as she can be expected, that's according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. A State Department spokesperson said the American officials, quote, saw firsthand her tenacity and perseverance despite her present circumstances. The visit came a week after Griner lost her appeal in Russian court. She's sentenced to 9 years behind bars for drug possession. Police found 2 canisters of cannabis oil in her luggage at the airport in Russia this past February. She was in the country to play for a Russian professional team during the WNBA offseason. The Biden administration says they are still working on securing Griner's release, along with fellow detained American Paul Whelan, who the Russians sentenced to 16 years for espionage. These are charges his family says are bogus. There have been no visible signs of progress in these negotiations with the Russians as far as the prisoners go since the summer.
All right. Thank you so much, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins. Thanks for joining us.
A fifth of voters agree for today's number of the day. 20% of voters say violence is at least somewhat likely, regardless of who wins the upcoming midterm elections. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 16% think violence is unlikely, no matter the winner. Half of voters think violence is likely only if one party wins and not the other.
All right, we look like we're dressed for 2 totally different seasons today. I want to know if people need to layer up. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast. Amy.
Yeah, I thought you liked the warm weather, Taylor,
I love the warm weather. I wish I was in my yellow with you guys.
Yeah, you need your sleeveless dresses. It's going to be warm this weekend. The 70s are back. But first this morning, we are stuck under the fog. You can see it has moved over the Inner Harbor. You can barely see M&T Bank Stadium in the distance there. And that's because visibilities are way down. Reduced visibilities is what we're starting off with this morning. Some fog before that weekend warm-up gets underway. I am tracking near record warmth as we get into the weekend. What a treat, the 70s for November. And then we've got a few showers showing up on Sunday, but far from a washout. The weekend as a whole looks really nice. This is the weather maker headed our direction. It's this cold front that extends from the Great Plains all the way down here into Texas right now. And this one's actually going to cause some issues there today. Severe weather is expected in advance of it. We've got snow on the back side of it. Very potent cold front. The good news is, as it heads our direction, it's going to weaken significantly. And it has a ways to go before it reaches us. By the time it reaches us, it's not going to look like this. See this nasty line of storms that develops from Texas up into the Central Plains? It's going to look much different by the time it gets to the northeast and to the mid-Atlantic. See, it weakens quite a bit. By the time we get to Saturday, we will see some extra clouds, more clouds on tap Sunday, along with a couple of sprinkles. And that's really the front coming through. Today, in advance of that, we're just warming up. We're kicking off that warming trend. Temperatures running 10 degrees above average. We'll spend the afternoon in the low 70s today with a nice mix of sun and clouds. Tonight's going to be a perfect one to spend by a fire pit or maybe enjoy dinner outside because it's not going to be as cool. Temperatures will stay in the 60s this evening thanks to some clouds moving in. And we are looking at a mostly cloudy weekend, but still a warm one. Warm and breezy on Saturday, highs in the mid-70s. Remember, we fall back Saturday night into Sunday morning. We get that little bonus hour of sleep, but it also means sunset is earlier on Sunday, coming up before 5 o'clock. We're also looking at pretty fall colors this weekend. Make sure you send us your pictures, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Quick look ahead shows this nice warm stretch takes us through Monday. After that, you're going to want to break out all the fall attire once again. Jackets will be needed for Election Day on Tuesday with highs in the breezy low 60s, and we stay in the 60s through the end of the week. Megan Taylor.
A big break for the Ravens this week. Patrice is sharing her pigskin predictions. See if her picks match up with yours for week 9 of the NFL season.
And coming up in 20 minutes, start the timer. It's your chance to win tickets to Tina, the Tina Turner musical at the Hippodrome. Stay tuned to Fox 45 Morning News for your cue to call in and win. It is 9:20 on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Towson University volleyball team has an impressive 22-1 record this season. The coach, the winningest volleyball coach in Towson history. With a winning competitor like that, maybe I should be worried about my picks this week. I don't know. Don Metal is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. Well, first of all, congratulations are in order.
Thank you so much.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we have a really good program right now. A lot of young ladies that are excelling both on and off the court, so we couldn't be prouder.
I love that. And you all have a conference coming up at Towson?
We do. We have 2 more weekends of regular season, and then we get to host our third time hosting the championships right at the Towson University.
Okay, I'm crossing my fingers for that. I'm hoping you go down today, though.
Fair enough.
All right, so Monday night game, we're going to start with that one because it's the Baltimore Ravens at New Orleans Saints. What do you say?
We're going to have to take the Ravens. They're red hot right now, and, with Lamar Jackson behind as quarterback, you can't go wrong.
It's going to be tough, though. I mean, the Saints at home, you see what they just did last week? They blew, they shut the Raiders down. So, but of course, going with the Ravens all the way. Carolina Panthers at Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, I'm going to have to stay, in the AFC North and take the Bengals on that one.
Okay, let's see. I think that's probably a good bet. They're on a roll, and I don't think that Carolina, didn't they lose a coach? They've got a lot going on, so I'm going to go with you, the Bengals. All right, Buffalo Bills at New York Jets.
That's going to be a good one, but I got to go with the Bills. One of my friends and previous sports information directors is a big Bills fan, so I'm going to support him in this one.
It's easy to understand why. I mean, the Bills looking like the best team, I know the Eagles are undefeated, but the Bills are looking pretty good. So, all right. See, I'm sticking with the winner here. I know what to do. I'm going with the Bills, too. All right, Tennessee Titans at Kansas City Chiefs.
I got to take Mahomes and the Chiefs. They're a pretty special squad, and, I've... a buddy of mine the other way is a Tennessee Titans fan, so I'm going to go against him on this one.
All right. Once again, I'm staying on the coattails because I don't even think that the Titans quarterback is 100% right now. So I'm going with the Chiefs also. All right. This is going to be the one then.
Yeah.
I can make an argument for both. I'm going to let you go first, and then I'm going to make the opposite.
All right, fair enough. I'm going to take the LA Rams in this one. One of my best players from a previous institution is a diehard Rams fan.
Okay.
So no rhyme or reason on the actual personnel that will be playing, just support for her.
I think that it could go either way. These two teams are both desperate. They both need a win. So whoever's going to, have more heart in this game. So I'm going to go with the Buccaneers. Maybe this is the game that Tom Brady comes out of his funk.
It's possible.
and gets a win again. He's forgotten what that feels like. So I'm going to go with the Bucs. Make sure you share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post. And now back to volleyball for you.
Thanks.
A foggy start to the morning, but we're expecting record-breaking temperatures this weekend. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know how long the warm temperatures will stick around.
We're learning of another bad encounter with Squeegee kids as the city releases a new plan to try and tackle the issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have details on that latest incident and the new plan.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, November 4th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And let's check in with our weather. I mean, are we going to need to layer up? I hear this warm-up is coming, Amy.
Yeah, warm-up.
She's ready for it.
Yeah, you can give your jackets a break this weekend. You won't need to layer up. It's going to be nice and warm, feeling more like late September than November. But we do have a dense fog advisory this morning, so you do want to use some extra caution as you venture out if you are included in this gray area here. This will take us through 10 a.m., so just another half hour left on that. But we are still seeing some fog in most spots and some lower visibilities. By 10 a.m., we'll start to transition into that haze, and then eventually after 11 a.m., I think that bright sunshine is back, and that's going to help us out temperature-wise today, help us warm up, and then stick around at least as we kick off the weekend. So coming up in 10 minutes, I'll show you exactly where temperatures are trending over the next couple of days and how long this nice warm stretch is going to last. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a look at our roadways here this morning, and that fog not looking too bad in these shots, but something to keep in mind as you're getting up and heading out this morning. In a city in crisis, we continue our coverage this morning of the ongoing issue of squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
That's right. Now, the mayor is fronting a collaborative he claims will help get these kids off of the streets by paying them.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the details on this program. Olivia.
Well, good morning, and the plan is expected to be rolled out next week, and details of the plan are already facing some criticism. We'll take a closer look at that plan in just a minute, but it comes just days after another alarming encounter with squeegee kids. Take a listen.
It was really scary, terrifying, and the unknowns. You know, there was just a lot of unknowns. It was just a horrible situation.
Now, that was Lauren Tompkins, who was inside her home on Washington Boulevard when on Tuesday she says she saw 3 squeegee kids running from police, jump a wall, run through a backyard and into her basement.
Policeman comes to my window, this gun pointed, and then I'm just go like this. And if you're going to get shot through the floor when the guns are in your basement, 3 of them at least I saw, and then who knows what the kids had.
Spotted the suspects at the intersection of MLK and Washington Boulevards. Another case of squeegee kids taking a driver's phone and sending themselves a large amount of money via Cash App. Now let's take a closer look at details of the Squeegee Collaborative Plan, which includes squeegee kids will develop a code of conduct in an effort to regulate themselves. A guaranteed income program will be made available to young men who don't engage in the activity, and police will continue to enforce criminal activity by both squeegee kids and drivers. Now, supporters of the squeegee kids say that they need help and not punishment, while others say their unwanted services are just leading to conflicts. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
New details this morning as the Baltimore City Council is fast-tracking a bill allowing council members to be eligible for pension after 8 years of service rather than 12. The bill is contingent upon the passage of Question K, a ballot measure that would establish a 2-term limit for several city leaders, including council members. 5 council members voted in favor of sending the bill to the full council. 2 voted against it.
And it's only fair that, elected officials have a pension also. It was already set up for 3. It was set up for 3 terms. You get a pension. If they change it and community says 2, then it should be 2 terms then.
So let me be clear. I understand the need for city employees and elected officials to have a robust pension system that does not harm the city's overall finances. However, this legislation felt rushed, and we want to make sure that we come up with the best system for the city of Baltimore.
Well, City Comptroller Bill Henry put out a statement on the bill saying, quote, "I don't understand why the City Council is rushing to pass this bill." The statement then goes on to say it could be tweaked to accomplish the same goals in a far more fiscally responsible manner. You can find more on this story, including the Comptroller's full statement, on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Shifting gears now to counties under pressure, we're seeing an increase in youth violence across Baltimore County. This past May, authorities arrested 3 teens for a carjacking at the Towson Town Center garage. Then, a few months later, a massive teen brawl also broke out at that same shopping center. And just last week, Baltimore County Police arrested a teen in the deadly shooting of a 14-year-old boy, Travis Slaughter. This happened in Milford Mill after a football game. And this morning, Baltimore County leaders are joining forces with Baltimore City leaders in trying to fight the growing youth violence.
Shannon Lilly joining us with the changes that could go into place. Shannon.
Yeah, we have continued to see young people impacted by violence all across our region. But today, leaders in Baltimore County are announcing a new pilot program that's hopefully going to combat that. Now, we want to pull up some information about this program right here on your screen. Take a look. It's called ROCA Baltimore, and right now it's just in the city. But today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will join local partners and leaders at ROCA Baltimore to announce this new partnership. And that partnership is going to expand the organization's youth violence intervention efforts into the county. Now, for some background, ROCA is an internationally recognized organization that targets high-risk people, usually between the ages of 16 and 24. And it provides them with resources to address trauma and helps teach them important life skills. Now, this announcement is expected in just about 30 minutes from now at 10 this morning. Of course, we will bring you complete coverage on air and online. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Coming up, a preview of this week's full measure. Cheryl Atkinson takes a look at voters' needs before the midterm elections, plus the lack of trust in one of the nation's leading health organizations.
And we're looking ahead to some warm weather this weekend after we clear out of this fog, though. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know if we'll see record-breaking temperatures this weekend and if they'll last until Election Day. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All right, guys, now it's time to meet our pet of the week from Maryland's SPCA. Lori Ellsworth, thanks for joining us here. Who am I holding?
This is Aspen. Aspen is a 9-week-old kitten who's going to be available for adoption at the Maryland SPCA, 3300 Falls Road at 1 p.m. today.
Now, Aspen is a little one. Is this a girl, boy? How old is she?
Aspen's a boy, and he is 9 weeks old. He came into the shelter when he was only 6 weeks with his litter mates, and he's the last one of the litter.
Okay, wow. What's his story?
We don't know where he's from, but he came in with his siblings at 6 weeks old. They all went to foster for 3 weeks. And he is
very
the foster's
friendly guy.
favorite, she says. He likes to cuddle, snuggle, obviously.
Yeah, see?
You can find him wherever the sun is, his foster parent says. So.
Over here, Aspen, look in the camera. You want to make sure you get a good shot. Very much cuddly, very much prefers being on your lap and cuddling for sure.
Yes, he's a purr machine.
All right, so remind folks one more time what they need to do if they want to get to know Aspen or anybody else over the SPCA.
If they want to get to know Aspen or any other pets of the SPCA, come to 3300 Falls Road at 1 p.m. today.
All righty.
Thanks,
Lori. You don't miss out on this guy. Oh my gosh, he's adorable.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Hippodrome Theater.
Are rolling right into today's contest giveaway. Now is your chance to call in to win a pair of tickets to see Tina, the Tina Turner musical, coming to the Hippodrome Theater. Call the number on your screen right there, 410-481-4545. The first caller will win 2 tickets to the November 15th show at 8 p.m. Again, that number, 410-481-4545. Good luck. Pokemon cards put a man in Tulsa behind bars. Coming up, we're going to explain what led to this man's arrest and why you might need to check up on your own trading cards. And who doesn't love brunch? After the break, we are learning more about the Pendry's Soulful Sunday Brunch. 9:41 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning. (9:44). There's been a massive loss of trust in public health during the COVID pandemic. Years of confusing directives from government officials are prompting calls for an overhaul of one of the nation's leading health agencies.
That's the subject of this week's Full Measure. Cheryl Atkinson joins us live with a preview. Good morning, Cheryl.
Good morning. You know, you might expect the scientists who are correct about their COVID information but were censored, you might expect them to say CDC needs an overhaul now. But I was surprised to consult with a top CDC booster and friend of CDC's and have him say he's in total agreement that CDC needs to be remade from top to bottom. You know, our public health agencies, and CDC in particular, and CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, who, by the way, has COVID now for something like the second time in 9 days, they put out so much wrong information and sometimes intentional misinformation, which we'll go over on Sunday, that polls now show a majority of the public no longer trust the advice that it gets from our premier public health agency. So the question is what we do now, especially in light of the fact that we've provided trillions of tax dollars to CDC prior to this pandemic for the sole purpose of being prepared for a pandemic. And by their own assessment, they utterly failed. So that's what we explore Sunday on Full Measure.
We'll be watching. Cheryl, I know you're also looking into an issue that is certainly front and center as voters head to the polls next week for the midterm elections. Tell us more about that.
Well, the economy, I think everybody knows, has taken its place as the top issue in the minds of many voters. But we're going to dig a little deeper. We asked Scott Thuman to look at why the economy and what specifically about it is resonating so much with voters as we press into the midterms.
All right. Thank you so much, Cheryl Atkinson. You host the Full Measure feature. We can have that on Sunday o'clock.
Yeah, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. Again, airs Sundays at 10 a.m. and then again at 11 p.m. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, you can look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours, wherever you like to listen to podcasts.
Making headlines this morning, a man in Tulsa is behind bars for allegedly selling fake Pokemon cards on Craigslist to people across the country.
Crazy. Tulsa police say Michael McCoy was arrested after a tip came in from a victim in Hawaii who had paid $3,000.
$3,000.
Take a moment there. $3,000 for what he thought were real deal Pokemon cards.
Yeah, police had already been looking into the case for months before they got that call from the victim in Hawaii. That person agreed to work with investigators and they set up a fake phone number to trick McCoy into selling those cards again.
Police were then able to arrest McCoy when he went to the post office to mail the cards out. And I was thinking maybe I was a victim. I buy them for my nephews all the time. I never spent $3,000.
$3,000, even on a real car. I mean, you know, they go for some top dollars, but that is insane.
But if you're going to buy something on Craigslist for thousands of dollars, don't you think you're really going to check into it? Like, how can you prove this is right?
Exactly. You've got to get someone to vet it, at least, I think, before you decide you're going to pay for it, right?
Let's bring in our shopping expert. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, you've bought things online. I mean, would you have trusted that?
I mean, I don't think so for that much money. But I will say my brother has a ton of those Pokemon cards, probably up in our attic at home. So
you might be able to sell them.
You might have some money on your hands.
Maybe I should get into that business and sell some legit ones, right?
Yeah.
Well, something that is happening this weekend for sure is our time change. Daylight saving time comes to an end. We're back to standard time. This has a big impact on our sunrise sunset times. It moves them up an hour. So, for example, we'll go from sunrise at 7:38 on Saturday to 6:39 on Sunday, and then sunset bumped up to just before 5 o'clock Sunday evening, so extra early. Right now, we're starting off with not sunshine, but fog. Fog has taken over. We're not seeing much of anything. I think technically we're supposed to be seeing Towson. Not seeing that right now because of the reduced visibilities. We are off to a milder start. Lots of 50s on the board right now. That's that milder, moisture-rich air that's pushing in advance of this front. That's our next weather maker. Extends from Texas all the way up into Canada right now, actually. Coming in behind it, some colder air. In advance of it, we're going to be tracking some strong to severe storms today. Just not here. Today is quiet here. We'll enjoy some sunshine once that fog dissipates. Right now, still pretty thick, dense fog. We're down to a half a mile in Baltimore City and across the bay to the eastern shore. The area highlighted in white, that's where the densest fog is being experienced at the moment. As we head through the rest of the morning, the fog should start to dissipate. We transition to haze and then sunshine. Low 70s, that's where we're headed today. We see clouds move in tomorrow morning along with a few sprinkles. We are mostly dry for the start of the weekend, but we're also mostly cloudy. But the clouds don't stop our temperatures from warming. Mid-70s on Saturday. Sunday, even warmer. Low 60s to start, mid to upper 70s to end. Yes, we could see a couple of showers. That's that front pushing through. No severe weather concerns for us here. If you want to get some raking done this weekend, I think you've got plenty of time and plenty of opportunities. Today looks great. Once the fog gives way to some sun, we end up in the low 70s. It's going to be a little breezy on Saturday, so that could cause some issues, blowing the leaves around. And then by Sunday, that stray shower chance, but not enough to ruin any outdoor plans or activities, with high temperatures ending up in the mid-70s. Quick look ahead shows the warm stretch will last through Monday, but then the 60s are back for the second half of the week. And coming up in a couple of minutes, we'll take a look ahead at your full 10-day forecast and let you know exactly how long temperatures stay above average. Megan, it smells amazing.
I know. I know our plans, Amy, this week, and I think you and I need to do this. Baltimore's most beloved brunch series is back at the Sagamore Pantry, Baltimore, and we are so fortunate to have our Soulful Sunday brunch chef here, Michael Karp, joining us. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I mean, the smells are amazing. You're making shrimp and grits. I mean, a classic brunch food, and not only that, but you're teaching us how to do this too.
Yeah, so I start my shrimp and grits with butter, obviously butter in both.
Okay.
I put boiling water, followed by the grits. We're using a hominy grit. It's a more smooth consistency than your
I was just gonna say.
instant mill grit. And then we finish with more butter and heavy cream and let that go.
So this
for
is a
about
healthy
20
dish
minutes.
for us.
Yes, very healthy.
It is a Sunday brunch item that makes you happy is what it is.
Absolutely.
So how do you plate it up then? That was easy. That's it
Yeah,
for the
that's
grits.
the easiest part here. So we take
And
our...
put me to work if you need anything.
Sure.
And again, the texture too, I'm surprised. It's not as thick.
Nope, nice and creamy.
Yes.
We take our shrimp here.
Smells good.
And we layer that right
And the
across
shrimp, how did you do yours? You put them on?
I used Old Bay
Uh-huh.
and a little we call base cure, which is a mix of sugar, salt, and some other ingredients to give it a nice cure.
I think I struggle when I do my shrimp on the stove is I don't think I have it hot enough because I see how you've got kind of the chard on the outside.
Absolutely.
How do you do it?
You get the pan hot first, and then you add your oil. That eliminates the risk of the protein sticking to the pan.
Okay.
Creates the Maillard reaction, that golden brown color.
And then what? I see some extra toppings
Yes,
over
then we
here.
can finish with a little Ophelia cress here for our microgreen.
Yep.
And that goes right on top there.
Just to make it pretty. And what
Absolutely.
was this too?
This is the Carolina barbecue sauce. We infuse that in with the marinade of the shrimp.
Got you.
This dish is featured on our buffet this weekend. We can make reservations November 6th, every Sunday all the way through December 18th.
And you have two seatings, right?
Two seatings, yes, 10:30 and 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yep.
And what do you recommend? Obviously, I'm
the
now,
shrimp and grits.
Yeah. What is your favorite on the
Crab
menu?
cake Benedict is also a fan favorite. You got to come out, try the collard greens, the mac and cheese, fried chicken.
How long have you been doing this?
So I started cooking about 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Was sort of lost on a path and found cooking. Cooking found me, and I've hit the road running. And
you
I'm
can
doing
tell
pretty
when
good
it's
at
a passion. There's pride in the work. Brunch, is that your favorite thing?
It is.
Mine
love
too.
it.
I mean, you can't beat that. And I hear there's music at the brunches
There
that you
is.
guys are all doing
So we're
too.
having an array of DJs that will be spinning all throughout service. So it's a real great way to come out, regardless of your background, interact with the community, and let us show what we can do.
That takes Sunday brunch to Sunday fun day.
That's right.
And then, of course, mimosas there as
Mimosas,
well.
yes.
Capping it off. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks
and
for having me.
maybe some of you can try making this recipe at home too. I think I'll give it a shot.
Sounds good.
And then I'll come see you. Well, stay with Fox 45 because after the break, meteorologist Amy Aronson has that exclusive 10-day forecast. We'll see what Sunday brunch is going to be feeling like. 9:52 and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning.
9:55 on still a very foggy morning. You can kind of now see M&T Bank Stadium in the distance, but it's really tough. I think we are starting to see some of that sun try to break through the fog, and that's going to help dissipate it. And eventually we transition to all sun with highs in the low 70s, and then the 70s are here to stay. So if you don't have a chance to enjoy it today, don't worry, you've got time. This weekend looks great. We also get that little extra hour of sleep Saturday night into Sunday as we fall back. Unfortunately, it means that sunset's coming earlier on Sunday. That's always a weird transition when it happens before 5 o'clock, but that's what's coming up on Sunday. The bright side to that is sunrise is earlier for us morning folks, so that'll be the case by Monday morning, an hour earlier. But the warm temperatures are here to stay. So we've got mid-70s both weekend days, upper 70s on Monday. We're challenging a record at that point. The current record's at 77. Looks like we'll beat it. And then for Election Day on Tuesday, break out the jackets again. You will need them. Low 60s are back, little breezy. And then it looks like some cooler temperatures coming up as we head through the end of next week into next weekend. So make your plans accordingly.
There's rumors that this could be the last daylight saving. Are you hearing anything any than that?
I do not know. Meteorology doesn't mean I guess I know the answers to that one. I don't know. We'll see. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Enjoy. We'll see you here Monday. I hope it's it. I want to go back to just all the time.
Yeah.